And here we are, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. We have made it to the end. The end of what, you ask? That's a good question, isn't it? We have made it to the end of Juxtaposition. Tonight, we will start the final two chapters. For those of you guys who were here with me on Saturday, you'll know that the chapter 10 was, about 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes, give or take. A little bit long. And so I put it out there for the audience to say, hey, do we continue tonight and read another chapter? Or do we call it quits and finish on Tuesday? Well, one person, I only got two people to answer, so take that for what it's worth. One person said, let's finish tonight. The other person said, hey, let's hold it off. So I left it to Frosty Tools, where I told it to give me a number 1 or 2. 1 was continuing on. 2 was to finish it tonight. And Frosty Tools gave me a 2. So that means that we are here tonight to finish it off, to enjoy ourselves, and to wrap up Juxtaposition with chapters 11 and 12. I know I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited as well. So, with this being the final Juxtaposition stream, on Saturday, we will be starting Murder at Maplewood Manor by Anna Rowe. If you follow my Twitter, you follow my Facebook, my Instagram, you'll see that I've been posting up there about that. If you have Kindle Unlimited, you can go out there and read along for free, supporting that author. And of course, I hope you are here with me, supporting, well, me. That'd be nice. It'd be great. I'd love to have you here with me. You'd be wonderful people. You know, what else are you going to do other than come and spend your time with me, eh? So, let's talk a little bit about what happened last time. Oh, I should also say, hopefully, knock on wood, I am getting a new tool to play with by this Saturday's stream. I don't know yet that it's going to make it here. I haven't seen that it's been shipped yet. But I ordered myself a little teleprompter. So that way when I read, I can have my focus on you guys. It looks like we're talking together. It's coming. Not here yet, but it's coming. I'm kind of excited about it. I have been looking at them for a while and decided it was time. So soon you guys are going to see me reading, but staring at the camera while I do so. Isn't that nice? Makes you happy inside. All right, let's talk a little bit about some of the things that happened in our last chapter. So, again, long chapter. Style had fallen into the water as he escaped the adepts on the magical side of things, and he was in the science side of things. So, he dodged through the curtain. He dodged back and forth a couple of times, grabbing some items that he thought that he might need. And, a scuba suit, oxygen, some fruit and nuts to be able to snack on because he was going to need food. and things that he could use to get toward where he knew the computer had to be. So he determined where that was, and he journeyed onward toward it. And he gets to the place, and there's no computer there. He's out of oxygen. He has no more food. He is very weary. And he gets there, and nothing. But there is a chamber he tries to get into. It is keyed to somebody other than himself, so he cannot get into it. But suddenly there's a, call it a knock at the door. Get my camera. My camera was turned weird, and it was annoying me. And the door opens, and it's Clef. Yay, Clef. So Clef tells him a little bit about what's going on. Congratulates him on being a citizen now. Tells him about the Book of Magic, about the computer, and that his goal is to help to merge the two frames. But in order to merge the two frames, they have to be somewhat similar to each other. And one side has been mining protonite and sending it off planet. The other side has not. If they just merge on their own, it will probably explosively merge and kill everybody. Part of the reason for the foreordained and the juxtaposition. So what Clef is going to do is basically make that juxtaposition be able to happen. Style needs to transfer the computer back to the science side, get the Book of Magic, transfer that to the magic side, and help get 300 metric tons of phasite, which is the magical version of protonite, over to Proton, so that way the worlds can officially separate from one another without exploding. But of course, that is, it's going to mean that it's going to drop the magic levels in phase, because they're moving protonite over, or phasite over, and phasite is the stuff of magic. And the citizens are going to have to curtail their mining. Well, the adepts and the citizens don't want to lose their power. They are opposing it. And that is why the adepts are opposing Style. And the citizens are going to be opposing Style. And so, Clef and Style talk about that. Well, while they are resting before journeying back to phase, they decide to have an impromptu with each other, because both love the way that each other played music, and they want to play again. And they determined that, oh my God, the soul of Style's other self has been inhabiting the harmonica. So the Blue Adept has been in the harmonica, and Style is Style. Clef had told Style, as a part of this, that the reason why the Blue Adept had to die and Style had to live was because Style was the only one with the skill set and the integrity to be able to do what needed to be done. And the Blue Adept, basically willingly allowed himself to be murdered to let that accomplish itself. So we get through that. They go back over to phase. Style sends Clef to the, I want to say he sends him to the computer. And Style goes and he starts his missions forward. He puts up a little terminus at the East Pole, because, of course, if there's a West Pole, there's got to be an East Pole. And science and magic both work there, but it's in the middle of the water. So he sets up a little terminal, so that way wherever he happens to be, he can talk back and forth between the two realms. He goes and talks to Brown for a minute and lets Brown know that they need to gather the creatures of phase, and ask her to send out her golems to help. He moves himself back over to Proton. finds out that Melon has managed to double his 30 kilograms to 60 kilograms now, but there is a concerted effort to remove citizenship. If an overwhelming amount of the wealth on the planet votes to remove citizenship, Style can have his citizenship removed. Who knew that could be a thing? And if so, then he will be kicked off planet, basically. And so Merle, who has been trying to, get him to get into a liaison with her forever, calls him and tells him, hey, you need to come talk to me. And so he agrees to go and talk to her. On the way, they get a package sent to them because basically when Style gets to Merle's, the other citizens tried to poison him to death with poisonous gas. The package they got counteracted that. So they talk back and forth. Merle knows about the secret bet where Style bet his entire existing fortune at the time that Merle would not accomplish her liaison. She tells him that she knows what's going on because she has the curtain right in her place and she's been, talking to people back and forth. She did not have to kill her other self. Her other self died of old age. Style finds out that the Brown Adept is having issues. All of the creatures are attacking the golems and not listening. They assume that Brown is a part of the effort against Style. So Style says, hey, hold on, let me come over. I'll go talk to Curl Geyer. He'll send some wolves with, and they'll go and help you to get that taken care of. Great. Let's see, what was it? In order to get out of Merle's place, Style and Sheen went through the curtain. Style ends up going to the Brown Adept after Curl Geyer, and the Brown Adept animates Sheen. So she is now a creature of both phase and proton. Go Sheen. And so they move on from there. Style goes back and he gets the Book of Magic. He gives it to Sheen and sends her back to Merle's because while they are in the game, the game complex, basically people are trying to come and assassinate Style. Not good for Style. So he sends Sheen away with the Book of Magic and uses his abilities to escape away. Afterwards, he goes back to Merle. Merle basically says, I'm so sorry, but I had no choice. She knocks him out. She has already knocked out Sheen and taken her power pack. And he is sent as an anonymous serf to go work the Protonite mines. He ends up being rescued by Truel the Troll for his third rescue that Truel was fated to have of Style. And so they go over, he breaks him out, they take Sheen down, they go through the curtain, they switch back over to phase, and as they are leaving the area, a trap is sprung, and Truel was exposed to sunlight and turned to stone. And that is where we will pick up our reading this evening. So I hope you guys are ready for the wild conclusion of Juxtaposition. Of course, as always, if you have missed any of it, feel free to stop out onto the YouTube channel, youtube.com/@SirArminius, and I have all of the replays up there for your listening pleasure. And the 2 chapters from tonight will also be up there before the evening is out. So, sit back, everybody. Relax and prepare to enjoy as we dive into the world of fantasy and science. Far in the future, but close at hand, we hear the conclusion of Juxtaposition. Okay, here we go. Chapter 11, Xanadu. Clef was in the palace of the Oracle, playing the platinum flute. The perfect melody suffused the premises, more lovely than any tangible thing could be. He halted when Styles' party arrived. "I have another prophecy for thee," he said to Style. "Thou wilt be betrayed for thine own good by a young-seeming woman thou dost trust." "Too late on that," Style said. "Merle betrayed me 3 hours ago." Clef was embarrassed. "Sorry, I understood it was scheduled for a few hours hence. The Oracle must have slipped a cog." He looked at Sheen. "I thought thou wast a creature of Proton," he said, surprised. "I am," she agreed. "Now I am a creature of phase, too. A golem." She indicated the statue she supported. "This is Trool the Troll, who sacrificed himself to save us. Style says thou mayest be able to." She paused. "But doesn't the juxtaposition suffer when thou dost stop playing?" "Marginally. It's a long process. Inertia maintains the movement for brief interludes. Otherwise, I could not take a breath. In any event, what you hear is not the juxtaposition theme. That is only part of it. A single note exercise that reaches into the deeper filament. It is not continuous. Rather, I must play it at the key intervals." Clef considered the statue. "Thou dost wish the troll's soul pipe to heaven?" "Nay, not yet," Style said. "Canst thou pipe him back to life?" Clef stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I fear not, Style. There is a monstrous difference between directing traffic, that is, rooting a soul to heaven, and revivifying the dead. I can send the soul back into the body, but that in itself will not change stone or flesh. You need a different kind of magic for that. Perhaps there is a suitable spell in the Book of Magic. You did fetch that." "The Book of Magic!" Style exclaimed, stricken. "I forgot all about it." "Merle has it," Sheen said. "She deactivated me, and now the book is gone." "Is that why she betrayed you?" Style asked. "To get that book?" "I doubt she knew of it," Sheen said. "She said nothing about it to me. I just happened to be carrying it." "She surely has some inkling now, though. She has access to the curtain, to phase. She can use those spells to become an instant adept. We've got to get that book back before she does that." "For the sake of phase as well as for the troll," Sheen agreed. "I'll surely find her at the citizens' business meeting." Style frowned, worried. "I don't have much time for that, either. I've got to move." His hope of studying the spells of the book before the proton crisis came had been dashed. Whatever preparations he might have made were moot. "I'll go with thee," Sheen said. "But first thou must marshal thy troops," Clef said. "The time is nigh." "Oh yes, the troops. I did alert the various creatures of phase, and all but the dragons, harpies, and goblins are with us. Has the Oracle finally condescended to inform us exactly how such troops are to be employed?" "Only that thou must dispose them as for battle." "Dispose them where? Against whom?" Clef shrugged, embarrassed. "I know not." "That is not a phenomenal help." "Thou knowest that prophecies work out regardless of comprehension." "Look, if I miss that citizens' business meeting, I'm finished in Proton. I've scarcely an hour as it is. Can't the phase side wait at least until I've recovered the Book of Magic?" The oracle says the troops must be disposed first. Damn, Style swore. Send my coldest regards to that inscrutable machine. I'll do what I can. I shall keep thy friend the troll statue safe for thy return with the book. Thanks, Style said gruffly. He played a bar of music on the harmonica, took Sheen by the hand, and spelled them to the brown domain. They popped in at the main receiving hall. The child adept was waiting. "Oh, I'm so glad thou art back, Blue," she exclaimed. "And thou too, Lady Machine. Dost thou like being a golem?" "It's wonderful, Lady Adept," Sheen agreed. The child's mouth went round with astonishment. Then she giggled. "I guess thou meanest me. Nobody ever called me lady before, 'cause I'm just a girl." "That's more than I'll ever be," Sheen said. Style had to interrupt. He had very little time. "Brown, a troll rescued me from confinement, but he got turned to stone by the sun. Can you animate stone?" "Oh, sure, some. But you know, it doesn't change the substance. He'd be awful heavy if thou didst not spill him back to flesh, and he'd crack when struck hard. I work with wood because it is strong and light, and the Lady Machine was preformed, so she was okay. But a stone troll—" "I see the problem. I think I could turn him to wood, but I'm not sure about flesh." "Perhaps with the aid of the Book of Magic," Sheen reminded him. "Of course. That should do it." "Thou couldst just about create a troll from scratch," Sheen pointed out. "Make a figure, enchant it to flesh, have the brown adept animate it, and Clef could pipe a soul into it." "If we had a soul," Style agreed. "That's the one thing magic can't generate." "I know." "My golems and the wolves have spread the word among all the creatures of Fays," Brown said. "All but the goblins and monsters have joined, but they know not what to do now." "I wish I could tell them," Style said. "I am the victim of a prophecy. I don't know where to tell them to go." "Well, maybe thou canst improvise," Brown suggested. "The troops will dissipate if not encouraged." "So the oracle seems to think, though I hardly have time to—" "Which means we must hurry," Sheen said, enjoying this. "And I thought citizenship was uncomplicated." Style worked out several travel spells, and they were off. First stop was the werewolves. Kurlgeir was there, but the pack had been depleted by the wolves and bitches assigned to accompany the wooden golems. Kurlgeir immediately shifted to man form to shake Styles' hand. "But this bitch, I know her not," he said, looking at Sheen. "Unless, could it be—" "This is the robot golem Sheen, my proton fiancé," Style said. "Thy suggestion was good. The brown adept had animated her." "At least conjure her fitting apparel," the werewolf said. "She is too luscious a morsel to go naked hereabouts." Clothing! Style had forgotten all about that for Sheen. Quickly he conjured her a pretty dress and slippers, as befitted a lady of Fays. "But I cannot wear clothing," she protested. "I'm a serf." "Not here," Style assured her. "In this frame, all people wear clothes." He eyed her appraisingly. "They do befit thee." "We are ready for action," Kurlgeir said eagerly. "But where is it? Whom do we fight?" "I know not," Style admitted. "The prophecy decrees it. That is all." The werewolf sighed. "Prophecies are oft subject to misinterpretation. I had hoped this would not be that type." Style agreed. Prophesied to lose half their number. I fear this will be typical. I presume much of the damage will be done by enchantments hurled by the enemy adepts, and by the ravages of their minions. But the other creatures of Fays will be on thy side. the unicorns, elves, ogres, and such. Do thou gather thy wolves and be ready for action at any time. I know no more. I am but a chip afloat on a stormy sea, doing what I must do without much personal volition. Sheen smiled knowingly. This was a concept a robot was in a position to understand.
Surely the enemy will seek to destroy thee,
the wolf said. The enemy adepts have been trying. I hope to jump around swiftly in a random pattern, avoiding them until I return to Proton.
I fear for thee, friend. I have a few wolves left who I can guard thee.
Nay, I'd best travel light. Just be ready with thy pack when I need thee.
Aye, I shall, and the other wolf packs too.
They shook hands. Styles spelled himself and Sheen to the next stop, the ogres. These ones certainly were ready for action. Each huge creature was armed with a monstrous club and seemed capable of smashing boulders with single blows. This was a truly impressive army. There were perhaps 400 fighting creatures in view. As quickly as possible, Style explained to the ogre leader that the moment for action was just about at hand. But we don't know exactly where trouble will begin, he said. Only that it will be terrible, horrible, violent, and bloody. Slow smiles cracked the ogre's brute faces. They were eager for this sort of fun. Style knew he had struck the right note. Just remember, he cautioned them, all the organized creatures of Phase will be on thy side, except the goblins. So don't attack elves or giants or werewolves.
Oh,
the leader grumbled, but he had it straight. No unauthorized bloodshed. Style spelled on to the vampires, where he consulted with his friend Vaudlevel, who was no chief, but whom Style trusted. The flock promised to be alert. So it went, touching bases with the animal heads, snow demons, giants, trolls, and little folk. He did not go to the Platinum Elves, fearing an adept trap there. Instead, he met with the gnomes of the Purple Mountain. These little folk were akin to the goblins of the White Mountains, but had elected to join the compatible elves. It was as if the more pleasant climate made them nicer creatures. The gnome males were ugly, but the females, the gnomides, were quite pretty little misses, each holding a fine, bright diamond. These were, indeed, the workers of precious stones, and their wares were even more valuable than those of the Platinum Mound folk. They quickly agreed to pass the word among the elven tribes. There will be thousands of little warriors awaiting thy call to action, Adept. Only save Phase, and all is even. Style hoped he could. Dost thou know of any adept presence in the elven demesne? Style asked as he got ready to leave. I fear an ambush and marvel that none has occurred. We know of none, and our prophecy book has no mention of harm to thee here, Adept, the gnome chief answered. But adepts are devious, no offense proffered. Devious indeed, Style agreed. Surely it is the Lady Blue they will stake out, Sheen murmured. Aye, yet must I see her and advise the herd stallion. Send me first to spring the trap, she offered. Style demurred, but she insisted. Conscious of the danger and of his vanishing time, he had to agree. He spelled her to the unicorn herd for 2 minutes, then brought her back to the gnome demesne. No sign of trouble there, she reported, seeming exhilarated by the excursion. Belle, the pretty unicorn mare, is there asking to join the herd. They have not admitted her, but are considering it. Thy friend Clip is quite worked up. He would be. He's smitten by her. No adepts? The herd stallion is sure there are no adepts there, and no adept magic in the vicinity. Good enough. Style spelled the two of them to the herd. It was as Sheen had said. All was peaceful. The unicorns were grazing in a loose circle on an open hillside, with Nasa remaining in the center. Style and Sheen landed beside the circle, for magic was repulsed within it. "May I go in and meet Nasa this time?" Sheen inquired wistfully. Style knew she identified with the unicorn, for Sheen and Nasa had been his two closest companions before he encountered the Lady Blue. "I'll ask the herd stallion," he said. He asked, and the stallion acquiesced with suitable grace. Sheen left them to enter the circle, while Style briefed the stallion. "That's all I know," he concluded. "I conjecture that the Adepts will move in force when I try to transport the phasite, perhaps sending dragons to interfere. Someone will need to intercept those monsters." "We shall be there," the stallion agreed grimly. The Lady Blue had remained back until Style finished with the stallion. Then she came up to kiss Style. "So nice to meet the Lady Sheen again," she murmured. "She will make thee an excellent wife in Proton." No use to remind her that all he wanted was one wife. Anywhere. She knew it. Sheen and Nasa approached. "We'd like to interview Belle," Sheen said. "We want to know if she was involved in the luring of Clip, or whether only her image was used without her knowledge. She may be innocent." Style was curious about that himself. A few minutes remained. He glanced askance at the herd stallion, who blew a short chord of assent, permitting Nasa to depart the circle of the herd briefly for that purpose, since there was no immediate danger. "I can question her with a spell," Style said. "Time is short, but this concerns me too." For that luring had been part of the trap for him. It had made Clip hostage and brought Style to the goblin domain. If Belle were actually an agent of the Adepts, Clip joined them. He was the most concerned of all. Belle would never be his, of course, if she joined this herd. She would be serviced by this herd stallion. Still, Style was sure Clip would rather know her to be innocent and have her near and safe. The five, Style, 2 women, 2 unicorns, approached Belle. Style worked out a suitable truth spell in his mind. It would take only a moment to ascertain Belle's guilt or innocence, and her prospective admittance to this herd probably depended on his finding. Belle stopped grazing and raised her head as the party drew near. She was indeed the prettiest unicorn Style had seen. Her coat was a deep purple, and in the bright sunlight her mane, tail, hooves, and horn glittered iridescently. Style remembered how she had changed forms to a large cat and a blue heron during the Unolympics dance. She blew a lovely bells-ringing note of inquiry. "I am the Blue Adept," Style said. "I have come to—" Belle abruptly shook herself, as an animal would to dry off after a soaking. Droplets flew out all over. Clip and Nasa leaped between Style and Belle, intercepting the spray. Sheen and the Lady Blue flung their arms around Style, embracing him from either side, their dresses flaring out to wrap about him. "Hey, I'm not afraid of a little water," he exclaimed, struggling free. Both his unicorn companions were wet, and the dresses of both ladies were dripping. The Lady Blue contemplated him with wise eyes. "Who art thou?" she asked. "Do I know thee?" Sheen laughed. "Dost thou forget thy husband, lady? I doubt it." But the Lady Blue's confusion seemed genuine. "I know him not. I know thee not. What am I doing amidst these animals?" Style now observed that Clip and Nasa seemed similarly bemused. They were backing off from Belle and each other as if encountering strangers. "I think it's amnesia," Sheen said. "I don't think they're fooling." "Lethe!" Style exclaimed. "Water of Lethe! Belle was doused with it." "I thought it was poison," Sheen said. "It can't affect me, of course, but I think your friends have just given up their memories for you." For thee. They shall have them back, Style cried, his knees feeling weak at the narrowness of his escape. Everyone had caught on except him. He cudgeled his brain to evoke the proper counterspell. Lethe was one of the streams of Hades, mythologically. What was the opposite one? The stream of memory? Every magic had its counter-magic. Mnemosyne. That was it. Had he been doused by Lethe, he never would have been able to remember that bit of mythology. In fact, this had been a devastatingly neat trap. Water was harmless, so would not alert the unicorns. The water of Lethe was natural to phase, so did not reek of adept enchantment. Style, struck by it, would not suffer physically and would experience no mental anguish in his forgetfulness. Therefore, the trap had not been obvious to the oracle, who would have been alert for more dramatic mischief. Only the instant reaction of his companions had saved Style, for they could not have restored his memory had he been caught. They were not adepts. He was the one person who had to be protected. But the trap had missed him, and therefore would come to nothing. Style played his harmonica, then sang, Lethe made my friends forget. Mnemosyne shall this offset. A cloud formed, instantly raining on the group. The water of memory doused them all. The Lady Blue put her hand to her soaking hair. Oh, I remember, she exclaimed, horrified. My Lord Blue, I forgot thee. Because thou didst take the water meant for me, Style said, and Clip and Nasa too. All acted on my behalf. But he was running out of time. Quickly he set a truth spell on Belle, and established that she was innocent of any complicity in the plot or in the temptation of Clip. The Adepts had used her without her consent, and the Lethe had eliminated her memory. They had put her under a gaze to shake herself dry at the moment the Blue Adept came near, without knowing the significance of her act. So she was clean, despite being the essence of the trap. Yet can I not tolerate her here like in our midst, the herd stallion decided grimly. Shame has she brought on me and my herd. I thought to protect thee here, Adept. Against that, Style could not argue. The stallion's pride had been infringed, and he was the proudest of animals. Unicorns were the most stubborn of creatures. Once set on a course, there would be no relenting. Sadly, Style and his friends watched Belle depart, rejected again. She changed to heron form and winged into the forest, lovely and lonesome. Style knew Clip was hurting most of all. Style took Sheen's hand again and spelled them to a new crossing point. They negotiated the curtain and ran a short distance to a dome. Sheen, not suffering from the lack of oxygen, said, I wish I could have forgotten too. She meant she wished she could be alive. They set up in a citizen's transport capsule programmed with a random address near to Xanadu, the site of the citizens' business meeting. This was the safest place to be in Proton. Citizens were fiercely jealous of their privacy, so capsules were as secure as modern technology could make them. Dare we pick up Melon? Style asked. Sheen checked, using the obscure coding only her machine friends could decipher. No, he is under observation, as is your home dome, she reported. They are letting him work with your fortune, even facilitating his success. Perhaps promoting him as another lure for you. Another ambush. My enemies do seem to work that way. How much has he parlayed my net worth into now? Between 90 and 95 kilograms of protonite, she said after a pause. It is growing at the rate of several kilos per hour. It is a remarkable display of financial expertise. You will have close to 100 kilos by the time of the citizens' meeting. But that's not enough, Style exclaimed, chagrined. I have bets that will double and redouble it at the meeting, but that means I must have a base of at least 500 kilos if I'm to make my target fortune. And I have the feeling I'd better make it. Melon is aware of that, but there are limits to what he can do in a short time. He has tripled the stake you provided, but suggests that more of your peculiar expertise may be required. Rare praise from him. But Style frowned. I have about 15 minutes until that meeting. How can I quintuple my fortune in that time without exposing myself to assassination? I do not know, she said. You can no longer make wagers with individual citizens. Few have the resources to operate in that league, and none of these will bet with you. Your record is too impressive, and they know they can eliminate you merely by preventing you from further increasing your fortune. So they have established a moratorium on all wagers with you. So by their rules, they will win. If they don't manage to kill me, they will simply vote me out. Yes, I am sorry, Style. Let me think. Style concentrated. He had been in bad situations before, deep in the goblin domain, and had escaped by using the curtain. The curtain would not help him now. He would use up most of his time just getting to it, and would then miss his mandatory appearance at the citizens' meeting in Xanadu in 13 minutes. Yet there was something. For once his brain balked, refusing to yield its notion. Sheen, I need your analytical faculty, he said. How can the curtain get me out of this one? There is a way? There must be. The assorted prophecies indicate I can somehow prevail, and my intuition says so, but I can't draw it forth. Maybe it is far-fetched. Most likely I need to open a new dimension of insight. How can the curtain provide me with another 400 kilograms of protonite? Borrowing against the phasite to be transferred? Would the citizens accept such credit as wagering currency? She checked with Melon. By no means. It is hardly to their interest to assist you by any liberalization of their policies. You can use only your personal fortune and any direct proxies you may possess. Proxies? Who would give me their proxies? 12 minutes. Guide us toward Xanadu. I'm going to be there regardless. Friends who could not attend personally might issue. I have few citizen friends, some of whom are prone to betray me, and they can certainly attend the meeting if they want to, so wouldn't need to issue proxies. I suspect many citizens will skip it, just as shareholders have historically ignored their vested interests. But I can't get the proxies of disinterested strangers. Unless they are interested, but on business elsewhere, maybe off-planet or across the curtain. I can't see any friends of mine crossing right now. Most of my friends are on the other side, in phase, and can't cross because... Then it burst upon him. Their other selves. How many of my phase friends have proton selves who are citizens? That would be difficult to survey in 10 minutes. The Brown Adept. She could be one who may not even know of her alternate existence. Get her on the holo and have your friends check her possible identity in Proton. We'll have to see if Curl Guy or the werewolf knows of any prospects. And the vampires. Can your friends coordinate too? He stopped. No. Of course, such a survey would take many days. Only a computer. The Oracle, Sheen exclaimed. It would know. Get on it. The Brown Adept appeared, looking perplexed. Thou canst not cross the curtain? Style asked her. Seeing her nod, he continued. Is thine other self by any chance a citizen, as the selves of adepts tend to be? Again she nodded. Then see if thou canst convince her to give me her proxy for her wealth. But I cannot meet mine other self, she protested. No one can. A second image appeared, as Sheen's friends contacted Brown's other self. Both girls stared at each other, startled. Style's special East Pole communication setup had made possible what had never been possible before. Selves were meeting. There was a confused interchange, but in a moment the Brown Adept had convinced her citizen self, whose nature was very similar to her own, not only to provide her proxy, but to contact all her citizen friends and beg them to do likewise. The two children smiled at each other, liking each other, enjoying this shared adventure. Now Clef appeared, replacing the girls. Great notion, Style. The Oracle knew you would think of that at the proper time and is now feeding the information to the game computer of Proton, who will have Sheen's friends contact all likely prospects. There turn out to be several hundred scattered through the tribes and domes, many of whom do not know of their other selves or even of the other frame. We shall have results for you in minutes. Minutes were all they had. Because of the assassins they knew would be watching for Style, Sheen quickly made herself up as a cleaning menial, smudged and ugly, hauling an enormous trash bin. There were always fragments of refuse that the automated cleaners could not get, which had to be removed by hand. Her friends, the self-willed machines, scheduled her to police a central court of Xanadu, where the citizens' business meeting was to be held. She trundled her bin along the service halls to the proper dome. Sheen entered it by a service tunnel, passing the computer checkpoint without difficulty, since, of course, her friends covertly facilitated this. Questing efficiently for refuse in a dome that was spotless, she passed through a series of chambers containing dioramas, alcoves with deep, realistically painted walls, inset with lifelike statues and appurtenances. She paused briefly at each, on occasion actually spying some bit of paper that she speared on her pointed stick and deposited in the half-full bin. Style, concealed within the bin, peeked out through a smudged window normally intended for the inspection of refuse from outside. Only a careful inspection would have betrayed him, and no one even glanced at this unit. As they entered each chamber, it illuminated and a recording played, providing its bit of mythology. Style, distracted by his need to retain his citizenship, was nevertheless fascinated. Citizens never spared expense to achieve their background effects, but this was impressive even among citizen artifacts. The first chamber was a primitive room, 18th or 19th century British, in which a man slumped over a wooden table. He had an antique feather quill in hand and was writing something on parchment or crude paper. "One day in 1797, the announcer said, the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge, feeling indisposed, obtained a prescription that caused him to fall asleep while reading a travel book related to the Mongol dynasty of China. Some suggest it was actually opium he took that put him into a temporary trance. He continued in this state for 3 hours, during which time he had a phenomenal vision. On awakening, he took pen, ink, and paper and began recording the experience in the form of a poem, titled Kubia Khan." The recording ended, leaving the poet amidst his labor. Style was familiar with the story and with the poem, but was intrigued by the realism of the diorama. Every detail seemed perfect, but more than that, he was moved by the similarity of his own experience when he had fallen into a reoccurring vision of Clef's introduction to Phase, and later verified that all of it was true. There had been his first experience of the juxtaposition of frames. The poet, Coleridge, would certainly have understood. The next chamber had a new episode. The scene was of a man standing just outside an open door, evidently a villager. Hardly had the poet recorded 30 lines, the mere introduction to his vision masterpiece, before he was interrupted by a person from the nearby village of Porlock, who detained him for over an hour. When Samuel finally was able to return to his writing, he was dismayed to discover that his vision had dissipated. He could recall none of the marvelous lines that had coursed through his brain, and could write no more. Ah, yes, Style thought. the notorious person from Porlock, whose ill-timed interference had destroyed what might have been the creation of the ages. In Styles' own case, his poem had not been interrupted. It had become his tourney winner, though his ability hardly compared to that of Coleridge. The third chamber began the presentation of the poem itself. The diorama showed a view of a walled enclosure encompassing a number of square kilometers. There were copses of trees, neat meadows, and spring-fed streams. A wholly delightful hunting preserve, reminiscent of Faye's, stocked for the emperor's pleasure with a number of fine game animals. Within it was a prefabricated kind of palace in the Oriental mode, luxuriously appointed. This, the narrator explained, was the palace of Xanadu as described in the text Samuel had been reading, set up by Kublai, grandson of the conqueror Genghis Khan. The fourth chamber showed the caverns of a great underground river, winding down to a somber subterranean lake. "And this is the one described in Samuel's vision in a dream," the narrator said. Obviously, the poet's imagination had enhanced the original. The narrator now quoted the opening stanza of the poem. "In Xanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea." The fifth chamber was the main one, and it was truly impressive. It was a tremendous cavern whose walls were of ice, actually glass and mirrors cunningly crafted to appear glacial. "It was a miracle of rare device," the narrator continued, quoting further from the poem. "A sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice." And within this marvelous setting was a palace of Xanadu as conceived by Proton artisans. It was the most impressive of all. It was fashioned of bright metal, bluish at the base, golden yellow in the mid-levels, and purple at the top. Lights played glancingly across it, causing the colors to shift shades, with green showing at some angles in a kind of pseudo-iridescence. The architecture was stranger yet. The structure was all steps and corrugations and cubes, rising into artificial perspectives like so many sections of pyramids. The walls were thin, so that the stepped surface of one floor became the stepped surface of the ceiling of the chamber beneath it, and the walls were fashioned in an intermittent maze-like network. There was no proper roof, only brief terraces of many levels, expanding from the tops of the walls. In one sense, the palace was like old-fashioned bleachers in a stadium gone haywire. Citizens stood and sat on the steps and terraces and leaned against the walls. Many had donned appropriate costumes, resembling those of the medieval Mongol nobility, but any implication that this was a festive occasion was unfounded. It was ruin and murder these citizens had in mind, for one who threatened their control of this planet. They dealt with such a challenge as the savage Mongols would have. Sheen drew her trash bin quietly around the chamber, spearing stray refuse, ignored by all as the meeting began. The Charon called it to order. The first item of business was a tabulation of those present. No late entrances were permitted. This, of course, was to prevent Style or any of his friends from arriving in the middle, to protest his loss of citizenship. The tabulation was made by oral roll call, to prevent any interference by a computer. Evidently, the other citizens had some dawning notion of Styles' connections there. Thus it was time-consuming, and that pleased Style, who needed every extra minute to obtain his proxies. He knew the computers and self-willed machines would work quickly, but he had given them very little time. "Style!" the roll caller called. Then with grim hope, "Not present? Let it be noted that—" Style burst out from the trash bin, sending dust and pieces of paper flying. "Beware! Beware!" he cried, quoting from Kublai Khan. "His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honey-dew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise." For surely Style was an apparition, confounding these mean, evil people. In Xanadu, the weaving of a triple circle around such a wild man would help confine his malice, but here they would try to do it financially. The quotation was doubly significant here, because Style really had fed on honeydew and drunk the milk of paradise, his experience in the magic realm of Fays. And as it happened, this was where Coleridge's poem broke off, interrupted by the person from Porlock. No one knew what would follow. "Present," the roll caller agreed glumly, and continued with the tabulation while Sheen cleaned Style off. Style saw the riflemen, Waldens, Merle, and others he had come to know, but could not be certain what side any of them were on. He knew he would soon find out. The first order of business was the clarification of financial credits, since voting would be strictly by wealth. Each citizen made an entry with the Charon, so many kilos and grams of protonite as of this moment. Another citizen verified those credits with the record computer, and a third issued tokens representative of protonite, in kilo and gram units. It was much like buying chips for a big game of poker, and this would surely be the biggest game ever. When Styles' turn came, there was a complication. "My fortune must be established by the settlement of 2 bets at this time," he said. "First, a wager with a consortium of citizens that I would or would not appear at this meeting alive. I believe I have won that bet." "Granted," the Charon agreed soberly. He had played an identification beam across Style, verifying that he was no android or robot replica. "What is your basic fortune prior to that decision?" "My financial advisor will have to provide that information. He also has a number of proxies that should be included." "Proxies?" "I have complete authority to dispose of proxied funds, including wagering with them," Style said. "You may verify that with the records computer." He hoped that his friends had succeeded in amassing the necessary total. If not, he was likely to be finished. Mellon was admitted. He provided data on Styles' assets and proxies. The Charon's eyes widened. "But this is more than 600 kilos total." 600 kilos? The computers had come through handsomely. "I protest," a citizen cried. "He can't use proxies to multiply his own fortune."
"Sir, I have the proxy forms," Mellon said smoothly. "As you will see, they are carefully worded, and this particular use is expressly granted. For the purpose of this meeting, all proxies are part of Styles' personal fortune."
The Charon checked again with the records computer. Lugubriously, he reported that it was true. By the laws of this game, Style could consider the proxies to be part of his betting assets. He also verified the terms of the survival wager. This, too, was tight. Mellon had done his job expertly, allowing no technicality to void the assets. "Citizen Style, having won his wager by appearing at this meeting alive, has herewith doubled his fortune," the Charon announced, "to 1,200.628 kilograms of protonite." Style saw a number of citizens wince. These were surely his enemies of the consortium, who had tried to assassinate him for profit. They had paid for that attempt with their wealth. That was satisfying. "And the other bet, placed by proxy," Style said, "that I would or would not be seduced by Citizen Merle by this time. I believe she will verify that I won that one, too." This was chancy. He had indeed won, but Merle had betrayed him once. What would he do if she lied? Merle came forward, looking slender and young and demure. "It is true, I failed."
"I protest," yet another citizen cried. "She reneged to help Style because she is enamored of him."
Merle turned on the man. "I am enamored, but it is hardly my custom to void an assignation from any overdose of personal attraction. I want him more than ever, but pressure was brought to bear on me to kill him. Instead, I confined him. Under the circumstance, it is not surprising he was less than enthusiastic about seduction. At any rate, my feeling was not part of the bet, as I understood it. Only whether I did or did not succeed. It is always foolish to place one's trust in the activities of a woman. Style found himself forgiving Merle's betrayal. She had certainly made it pay for him. The citizens had no refutation. The bet stood, and Styles' fortune was doubled again to almost 2.5 metric tons of protonite. He was, for the moment, the wealthiest citizen of the planet. I dare say those who gave me their proxies will be pleased when they receive their fortunes back quadrupled, he murmured to Melon. He knew there would be trouble, as angry citizens checked to discover how he had obtained those proxies so rapidly, and that this could lead to the exposure of the self-willed machines. But this was now so close to the final confrontation that it should make no difference. Already the frames were drawing together. Soon the juxtaposition should become apparent. He thought he saw little waverings in the icy walls of the cavern, but that might be his imagination. The remaining citizens were duly registered. The next item on the agenda was the motion to revoke Styles' citizenship. It was presented for a vote without debate. This was no democracy. It was a power play. The issue would be decided rapidly, in much the manner of a wager. The vote was conducted by scale. There was a huge balancing scale in the center of the court. Citizens were free to set their token weights on either, both, or neither side of the scale, causing the balance to shift in favor of or against the motion. They did so, filing by to deposit their votes. The model weights were miniatures, weighing only 1,000th of the real protonite, so that a metric ton weighed only a single kilogram. Otherwise, this vote would have been impossibly cumbersome. Styles' own tokens weighed 2.4 kilos, not 2.5 tons. The citizens were not all against him. Many protested the attempt to disenfranchise one of their number, regardless of the provocation, so put their grams in the retained side. Style, uncertain how the final tally would go, did not put all his own grams in at once. If he did that, others might be put off by his display of enormous wealth and vote against him. But if he let too much weight overbalance against him, others might feel his cause was lost and join the winning side. So he strove to keep the scales in balance, filling in the deficit with small portions of his own fortune. Would he have enough at the end to prevail? Since he had amassed the fortune the self-willed machines had deemed necessary, he should be all right. But still, it was close, and others were watching his moves, countering him along the way. Steadily the citizens voted, and steadily the total went against him. Apparently, sentiment had intensified. Styles' fortune was dissipating too swiftly. He saw he would run out before the end. Remorselessly, it came. He put his last 3 grams down, the dregs of an enormous fortune, tipping the scales his way, and the next citizen put 5 on the other side, tipping them back. Style could no longer bail himself out. So close! Then Merle stepped forward, carrying 10 grams she had saved. "All finished except me?" she inquired brightly. No one contested it. "Then it seems I am to decide the issue. I perceive Style is behind by a mere 3 grams, of some 10 tons deposited, and here I hold 10 grams. She was enjoying this, making her little show before a rapt audience. No one said a word. No one knew which way she would go. She had scores to settle with both sides. "Now, I asked you for a liaison, you intriguing little man, and you turned me down," she continued with a flirt of her hip. She was costumed in the Xanadu fashion, but somehow, now, the conservative attire of a dressmaker's notion of 13th century China became provocative on her. Whether by nature, discipline, or rejuvenation, Her figure was finely formed. She reminded Styles somewhat of the Yellow Adept, though she was not Yellow's other self. "Very few men of any station have turned me down," she said with pride. "For that insult, 1 gram against you." She flipped a token onto the negative plate. "And you did it to win your bet, putting finance over romance. Fie again." She flipped another token to the same plate. Style was now 5 grams down. Merle inspected him, walking around him as she might a prize animal on sale. "Yet you are a handsome bantam, as well formed and healthy as any man I have encountered, who has quite smitten my withered old heart. One for your fine miniature physique." She tossed a gram to Styles' side of the scales. "And others did force me to act against you, catching me in a temporary monetary bind. I resent that. Another for you." She was teasing him, he knew, but he couldn't help hoping. Now he was only 3 grams behind again, and she had 6 remaining. How would they be played? "You have rare integrity," she continued. "You are true to your word and to your own. I like that very much. 3 for your personality, which I would have respected less had I been able to corrupt it." She added 3 to Styles' side, and slowly the scales shifted until the 2 plates were even. "But now your bet is won," she said. "I failed to seduce you, and those who bet on your fall have paid off. There remain no commitments." She glanced meaningfully at the scales. 5 tons on each side. All is in balance. Now, Style, for these remaining tokens, may I purchase your favor this time?" Oh no. She was still looking for that liaison. She was propositioning him before the entire business meeting. And how heavily her 3 remaining grams weighed. The prior bet was over. He could accept her offer now and have the victory, or decline it and lose his citizenship and his cause. Yet, this was not the way Style could be bought. "I am no gigolo," he said shortly. "I have a fiancée." "And a wife, as if such things related." She paused, contemplating him as she might a difficult child. "So, you employ such pretext to refuse me again." She flipped a gram onto the negative plate, and the balance tipped against him. Style tried not to show his wince. For such foolishness, she was set to ruin him. The enemy citizens began to smile, perceiving the fix he was in. Victory or honor? "Now I have only 2 remaining. Just enough to sway the vote in your favor, Style," Merle said. "After this, there will be no opportunity for me to change my mind. I mean to have what I want, and I am willing to pay. Again, I ask for your favor." Style hesitated. She could break him, and would. Citizens could be fanatical about being denied, and women could be savage about being spurned. Yet to win his case this way, publicly yielding to her? "Ask your fiancée," Merle suggested. "I doubt she wants you to throw away your fortune and hers on so slight a matter. 1 hour with me, and I promise it will be a pleasant one, and the rest of your life with your chosen ones. Is it so difficult to choice?" Style looked at Sheen. He had suggested to her before that she might be jealous of any other attachments he might have, and he could see that she had taken the advice seriously and reprogrammed her responses accordingly. Yet she feared for his wealth and his life if he resisted Merle. She wanted him to do the expedient thing, regardless what it cost her. She was a machine, but also a woman. Her logic urged one thing, her sex another. He thought of the Lady Blue and knew that she would feel much the same. The Lady Blue knew she had his love. His body was less significant. Merle was offering a phenomenal payoff for a liaison that probably would be very easy, physically. He could win everything. But he was not a machine or a woman. No, he said. If I compromise myself now by selling myself openly for power, I am corruptible and cannot be trusted with that power. He heard a faint sound, almost a whisper. She knew he courted disaster. Merle's visage hardened. Lo, before all these assembled, you deny me yet again. You will throw away everything to spite me. She lifted the last 2 tokens in her hand, taking aim at the negative plate. The smiles of the enemy citizens broadened, and Styles suspected that if he had to do it over, he would decide the other way. How could he throw away everything like this? Not only for his friends, but for the survival of the frames themselves. What kind of honor was it that led directly to total destruction? But Merle paused, and Style realized she was teasing the other citizens too. But it is your very quality of honor that most intrigues me. Every man is said to have his price. It is evident that neither money nor power is your price for the slightest of things. In what realm, then, is your price to be found? You are a man who does what he chooses, not what he is forced to do, though the fires that hell hath not do bar the way. A man of rarest courage. For that, I must reluctantly grant you 1. And she tossed 1 token into Styles' plate, causing the scales to balance again. Oh, she was teasing them all. Well, I, she continued, frowning again, have not always been mistress of my decision. Threatened similarly, I capitulated and betrayed you. I locked you away in the mines until the meeting should pass. I did not know your mechanical friends would summon a creature from across the curtain to rescue you. So for that betrayal I must pay. I am of lesser merit than you, and perhaps that is the underlying reason you do not find me worthy. Style, I apologize for that betrayal. Do you accept? That I accept, he said, privately glad she had said it. She had indeed shown him the kind of pressure that could be applied to a citizen. Merle tossed the last token onto Styles' plate, tipping the final balance in his favor. Style was aware that she had acted exactly as she had intended from the outset. Her deliberations had all been for show. But he was weak with relief. She could so readily have torpedoed him. The enemy citizens were grimly silent. Their plot had failed by the whim of a woman. Style had retained his citizenship and was now the most powerful citizen of all. They could not prevent him from marrying Sheen and designating her his heir, which meant in turn that the precedent would be established for recognition of his allies, the self-willed machines, and for the improvement of their position in the society of Proton. Assuming the coming juxtaposition and alignment of power did not change that in any way. The business of this meeting is concluded, the Charon announced. We shall proceed to entertainment as we disperse. Music rose up and refreshment robots appeared. The lead theme was played by a damsel with a dulcimer, the precursor to the piano. She struck the taut strings with 2 leather-covered little hammers and played most prettily. This was in keeping with the Xanadu theme, since it had been mentioned in Coleridge's poem. Citizens started dancing, just as if nothing special had happened. Since few were conversant with the modes of dancing of medieval China, they indulged in conventional freestyle ballroom efforts, with a wide diversity. The increasing loudness of the music, as a full orchestra manifested in the chamber, made conversation impossible except at mouth-to-ear range. Style took Sheen, who had cleaned herself up and made herself pretty again, and danced her into the throng. There were more male citizens than female citizens, so some serfs had to be co-opted for the pleasures. In any event, she was his fiancée, and he felt safest with her. "Get me over to Merle," he said, "then switch partners." She stiffened, then relaxed, realizing his motive. For there remained the matter of the Book of Magic, which Merle surely had. Style knew her price. She had bargained for seduction twice, increasing the stakes, and had reserved the greatest stake for the final try. "There is evil here," Sheen murmured into his ear. She was an excellent dancer. He had not had opportunity to discover this before. "Many citizens remain hostile, knowing you threaten their power. They have weapons. I fear they will attempt to assassinate you openly here." "I have to recover the book," Style said. "I need it in phase." Then this time, you will have to meet her price," Sheen said sternly. "She will never let you get away the third time. Don't dawdle here. They mean to kill you before the juxtaposition is complete, and I can't protect you from them all. We must escape this place swiftly." Style knew it was true. Perhaps in time he could recover the book from Merle on his own terms, but he had no time. Without that book, the Oracle had in effect assured him he could not complete his mission. He also needed it to restore Truel the Troll before the frames separated. He would be criminally foolish to throw away all that for such a minor thing as an hour's acquiescence. He had already pushed his luck too far, as Merle had knowingly shown him. The past few minutes had caused him to redefine his concept of honor somewhat. He had to consider the greatest good for all the frames, not just his own position. They reached Merle in the crowd. She was dancing with an imposing Central Asiatic Turk. "Trade partners, Turkey," Style said. The man started to object, but then got a better look at Sheen and decided he had the best of it. Style danced away with Merle. "That was neatly executed," Merle said, dancing with the voluptuous expertise of one who specialized in this sort of thing. "But whatever could you want with me?" Style did not want to speak openly of the book, lest someone overhear him possibly understand. "You have something I must recover immediately." He breathed into her ear. "Ah, so." Her eyes widened with comprehension. "Please," Style said. "Now." She made no further pretense of ignorance. "I like your manner, Bantam. I dare not use that item myself. Such art is dangerous to the uninitiate. But my meager price—" "Will be met," Style said grimly. "But not this instant. I have pressing commitments elsewhere." She smiled, discovering her victory. "So, you have finally opted for the greater good, as you see it. Congratulations. I will accept the matter on account. I know you will deliver, if you survive. Come to my dome, and I will give the other item to you now." They started for the exit, but Style saw men there guarding it. "They won't let me go," he said. "The moment I try to leave, there will be mayhem." "I will fetch it," Sheen said. She had somehow traded off to dance with Melon, so she could stay within Styles' hearing. I can't cross the curtain, but I can smuggle it to you here. Do it, Styles said tightly, without looking at her. Merle brushed against Sheen and murmured a code phrase that would secure her acceptance by the dome staff, since Merle herself would now be watched too. Sheen faded into the crowd, leaving Melon. She would slip into a service aperture unobserved. She did not have to follow the breathable passages. Now he had to endure until she returned. Are you with me, then? He asked Merle, with whom he remained dancing as if nothing special had happened. Now that you have acceded my term, I am. I may need to create a distraction to give Sheen time. And to give yourself time to find a way out, she agreed. This may not look like a trap, but it is a tight one. Your enemies mean to destroy you at any cost, and they dare not let you get away from them again. Exactly. I fear that soon they will decide not to wait longer. I really lack the force to resist them here. And if you die, I will not be able to collect my payment, she said. So it seems I have a purely selfish motive. Style wasn't sure whether she was serious, and perhaps she was in doubt herself. She moved in close to him, squeezing her fine body against his in an alarmingly intimate manner, and put her lips into contact with his right ear. Her breath tickled his lobe. The effect was potent, until she whispered, Reject me. Style pushed her away, not hard. Merle twisted, lifted her free arm, and slapped him ringingly on the side of the head. She had cupped her hand so that the sound was much worse than the actuality. So, you deny me yet again, you midget oaf, she screamed. Are you impotent? Style, stunned by her vehemence despite his knowledge that it was an act, was at a loss for a clever response. He fell back. Merle pursued him, her face grimacing with rage. Twice I have saved your hide, she cried, aiming a kick at his shin, forcing him to jump clear. And for what? For what, you ingrate? You misunderstand, Style said, aware he was a cynosure of all other citizens. I only... What has the machine got that I haven't? Merle demanded. She began to rip off her clothing to show what she had. The other citizens, always piqued by novelty, watched with increasing interest. Some consulted together, evidently making bets on the outcome of this particular sequence. The music faded, so as not to interfere. From the corner of his vision, Style could see the guards at the exit craning to look past the crowd, their vigilance relaxing. If I can't have you, nobody can, Merle screamed. A surprisingly large and wicked-looking knife appeared in her hand. How could that have been concealed on her body when she was pressing so close to him? He had thought he had felt every part of her. He should have known better. She held the knife before her in two hands and lunged for his groin. Style, of course, avoided and parried that thrust. He knew she was not really trying to castrate or kill him, but rather make the enemy's citizens think she would do the job for them. Even if she had been serious, he could readily have disarmed her. The show was the thing. He diverted the blade and fell with her to the floor. Her clothing ripped. She was half out of it. She scrambled over him. Now he felt every part of her. Her teeth brushed his ear. My bare bottom is driving Hoghead crazy, she whispered with satisfaction as the seeming struggle continued. Style glanced by her head and spied the somewhat porcine citizen she referred to. The man was almost drooling, his hands clenching convulsively. With all the access he had to buxom serf girls, and perhaps to other citizens, this man still was aroused by this supposedly illicit glimpse of anatomy. Voyeur's delight, Style agreed, trying to catch a glimpse himself, but unable. Like a historical mud wrestling match. Who cares who wins? It's what shows that counts. By this time, he was sure Sheen had found her service tunnel and was well on her way to Merle's dome. They could let this show abate. Actually, it was in its way enjoyable. Merle was a splendid figure of a woman, and she had a fine flair for drama. At the moment, she was wrapping her bare legs about his torso, theoretically securing him for another stab with a knife.
Sir?
Mellon murmured urgently. Alerted, Style saw new trouble. One enemy citizen was taking careful aim at Style from a parapet of the palace with a laser rifle. The assassination attempt was becoming overt. Your knife, Style whispered. Merle gave it to him immediately. Lying on his back, one arm pinned under the woman, he whipped his free arm across and flung the knife upward at the assassin. It arched high through the air and scored. For Style was expert at exactly such maneuvers, and the assassin had not anticipated this move. The man cried out and dropped the rifle, clutching his chest. But several other citizens drew weapons from their robes. Others, perceiving this threat, moved hastily clear. The rifleman stepped to the center.
"What is this?"
he demanded.
"Are we lawless now in Proton?"
A massive, grim male citizen answered him.
"That man means to destroy our system. He must be stopped by any means."
He drew an antique projectile pistol.
"Stand aside if you do not wish to share his fate."
The rifleman's hand moved so rapidly it seemed a blur. The other citizen cried out and dropped his weapon. "You all know my name," the rifleman said. "Does anyone here believe he can outshoot me? I will not stand idle while murder becomes the order of the day. I don't know what mischief Style may contemplate, or whether I would support him if I did know, but I believe he is an honorable man, and I am quite certain I don't support your mischief. If assassination governs, no citizen will be safe." There was a murmur of agreement among a number of citizens. If Style could be slain openly, who among them could not be treated similarly? Meanwhile, Style scrambled to his feet, and Merle sat up and arranged her torn dress more decorously. Style remained unarmed. He had only his harmonica, which was no weapon in this frame. He could tell by the expressions of the citizens that the majority was still against him, and that though many were disturbed by the situation, those who were not against him were at best neutral. The rifleman had made a fine play on his behalf, but could not prevail against the overwhelming malice that was coalescing. The citizens were genuinely afraid for their system and their prerogatives, and by nature they were essentially selfish. It had not been enough for Style to win the vote. He could still lose the game. "Get out of here, Style," the rifleman said. "I'll cover for you." "Can't. Exit's guarded." "This is like Caesar in the Senate," Merle said. "An atrocity."
"Caesar aspired too high for the Romans and had to be eliminated, lest he destroy their system," another citizen said. "The parallel has metal. Now I have a robot fitted with a gas bomb." He indicated what Style had taken to be an ordinary serf. "It will handcuff Style and remove him for disposition. If the robot is resisted, it will release the gas, incapacitating all people in the vicinity. I suggest that others stand aside. Any who continue to support Style will be dealt with similarly." It was a bold, illegal power play that seemed to be working.
"This is mutiny," the Charon protested. "Style won his case by the laws and procedures that govern us. I did not support him, but I accept the verdict as rendered. You have no right."
The robot marched toward Style.
"The exigencies of the situation give me the right," the man said. "We tried to accomplish this necessary unpleasantness discreetly, but now it must be done indiscreetly. He brought out a gas mask and fitted it over his face. The neutral citizens reacted like sheep, milling about with uncertain bleats. The normal citizen arrogance had entirely disappeared. Style would have pondered this object lesson in human nature, but was too busy with his own situation at the moment. The rifleman's arm moved again. Style never saw the weapon he used, but abruptly there was a hole in the other citizen's mask. "If that gas appears, you will join the rest of us," the rifleman said. Style realized that the rifleman had opened up an avenue of escape. If the gas came, all the citizens would stampede for the exits, overrunning the guards there, and Style would be able to get away in the melee. But it would be better to deal with the advancing gas robot directly. Style observed it closely. It was humanoid, not as sophisticated a model as Sheen or Melon, but he knew he could not overpower it. The citizens near him edged away. There would be no help there. If Style ran, the robot would follow, inevitably catching him. He might as well be alone. He was disgusted to think that all his life he had honored citizens as almost godlike persons.
"We have to play our trump," Melon murmured. "The curtain is moving. In just a few minutes it will arrive."
Style glanced at him. Sheen's friends?
"Yes. We hoped this would not be necessary, for it exposes us to great risk. But our fate is now bound with yours, and your loss at this point would be the greater risk."
Melon stepped forward to intercept the gas robot. Style had misgivings about this, but was not in a position to protest. Melon touched the other robot, and it went dead. No gas was released as the robot sank to the floor. The enemy citizen was unfazed. "Then we'll have to do it the messy way. Rifleman, you can't catch us all." For now a score of weapons came into view. It seemed the only citizens with determination and nerve were Styles' enemies. But several serfs were converging on Style. "We are Sheen's friends," one said. "We shall protect you." There was a flash of a laser from the crowd of citizens. The rifleman whirled, but could not tell from whom it had come. In any event, it had not scored on Style, for one of the robots had interposed its body. Style knew, however, that this sort of thing was merely chance. These robots could not protect him long that way. A robot could not move faster than a laser. It was necessary to see the weapon being aimed and act then. The robots proceeded to encase Style in armor they had brought. "Hey, those are not your serfs," the enemy citizen exclaimed. "They're robots, and some of them are ours. Call them off." But though several citizens, the robots' owners, called, the robots ignored them. They continued clothing Style in protective armor. "What's going on?" a citizen demanded. "Robots must obey."
"We are not programmed to obey you,"
Melon replied.
"That's a lie. I programmed my robot myself." "You may have thought you did," Melon said. "You did not. We are self-willed."
Jaws dropped. The concept seemed almost beyond the comprehension of the majority of citizens, both neutrals and enemies. Self-willed? "If we have a robot revolt on our hands," another citizen said, "we have a greater threat to our society than this man's Style represents." "They're allied," another said. "He is marrying one of them. He is making her his heir. Now we know why." "It's not a robot revolt," Style said. "They are doing nothing to harm you, only to protect me from murder."
"What's the distinction? A robot who won't obey its owner is a rogue robot that must be destroyed."
And the faces hardened. Style knew the shooting would resume in a moment. He was now in armor resembling a spacesuit, but that could not prevent them from overwhelming him by simply grabbing him. Now the citizens had even more reason to eliminate him, and then they would go after the self-willed machines, who would not defend themselves. They had sacrificed their secret, and therefore their own security,
to provide him just a little more time. How could he prevent the coming disaster? Faintly, as he pondered, he heard a distant melody. Not the dulcimer, for that damsel had ceased her playing, as had the rest of the orchestra. It was the sound of a flute, expertly played, its light mellowness seeming to carry inordinate significance. Louder it came, and clearer and sweeter, and its seeming meaning intensified. Now the others heard it too, and paused to listen, perplexed. It was the platinum flute. Clef was playing it, and the sound was only now reaching this spot. That meant... Then Style saw an odd ripple slowly crossing the chamber. Ahead of it were the concrete and turf of the Xanadu landscaping. Behind it were the rocks and grass of natural land. The two were similar, superficially, yet vastly different in feel. Art contrasted with nature. The juxtaposition. It was happening. This was the curtain, changing its position. As a ripple approached him, Style willed himself across, and found himself still standing in Xanadu. It hadn't worked. Yet, how could it work? The cavern floor had become a green field. Phase was already here, yet Proton remained. What was there to cross to? Juxtaposition. Both frames together, overlapping. Did this mean that both science and magic would work here, as at the West Pole? If so, Style had an excellent fighting chance. The armed citizens were staring around them, trying to comprehend what had happened. Some knew about Phase, but some did not, and evidently very few knew about the juxtaposition. But after a moment, a dozen or so reacted with anger. They brought up their weapons, aiming at Style. Style brought out his harmonica, and couldn't bring it to his mouth, because of the armor encasing his face. A laser shot caught him, but it glanced off harmlessly. A projectile shot struck his hip, and also failed to hurt him. It was good armor, but he had to open the faceplate, taking an immediate risk to alleviate a greater one. He played a bar, hoping no one would think to shoot at his face. Yes, he felt, or thought he felt, the coalescing of magic about him. Yet there was something strange about it, making him nervous, and he broke off quickly. "Every gun become a bun," he sang, unable at the spur of the moment to come up with something more sophisticated. The citizens stared down at their weapons. They had turned into bread. The rifles were long French loaves covered with icing, making them technically buns. The pistols were fluffy, sweet masses. The miniature laser tubes were biscuits. The rifleman looked down at his sticky bun. He doubled over with laughter. "The bun is the lowest form of humor," he gasped. "First the robots rebel, now this," a citizen complained. "What next?" The magic ripple crossed the colorful cubist palace. The corrugated contours seemed to flex and flash new colors. Trees appeared within the structure. A creature flew up with a screech, as startled as the citizens. Huge, dirty wings made a downdraft of air. It was a harpy. She flew low over the heads of the staring people, her soiled bare bosom heaving as she hurled angry epithets. Filthy feathers drifted down. The harpy had been as eager to depart this strange situation as the citizens were to see the creature go. "You can do it," Merle breathed beside him. "You really can do magic. I knew it, yet I could not quite believe." "I am the Blue Adept," Style agreed, watching the crowd of citizens. He had eliminated the guns, but his enemies still outnumbered his allies, and the exits were still barred by determined-looking men. For the cavern remained, along with the field, which had greater reality. Style wasn't sure. Maybe he could conjure himself away from here.
But then how would Sheen find him? He had to remain as long as he could. A new citizen stood forth. He was garbed in a light brown robe and seemed sure of himself. "I am the Tan Adept," he announced. "Citizen Tan in this frame." Styles studied the man. He had never before encountered him in either frame, perhaps because the man had held himself aloof. But he had heard of him. The Tan Adept was supposed to have the evil eye. Styles wasn't sure how that worked, and didn't care to find out. "Be not proud," he sang. "Make a cloud." A mass of vapor formed between them, obscuring the Tan Adept. Styles had tried to enclose the man in the cloud so that he could not use his eyes for magic. It seemed likely the deprivation of vision would have the same effect that deprivation of sound did on Blue, but the general immunity of adepts to each other's direct magic had interfered. Where was Sheen? Styles could not afford to remain here much longer. Maybe he could depart and locate her magically later. Right now he had to save himself, for the Tan Adept was already slicing through the cloud. Styles could see it sectioning off as if an invisible knife were slicing vertically, then horizontally. As it separated, it lost cohesion, and the vapor dissipated. In moments it would be all gone. Then that knife-like gaze would be directed against Styles. Styles played his harmonica, summoning more of his power, and again there was something strange about it, causing him to pause. He saw another man, whose hands were weaving mystically in the air. Styles recognized him, the Green Adept. Distracted by the Tan Adept, Styles had missed the other. He was out-magicked. "I chose not this quarrel, nor wished it," Green said apologetically. "Would I could have avoided it, but must I act?" Styles lowered his harmonica hastily. Against magic, his armor was useless. He sang, "Another locale, my power." But Tan had succeeded in carving out the center of the cloud, and now his baleful gaze fixed on Styles, halting his incantation. That gaze could not kill or even harm Styles, it turned out, whatever it might have done to an ordinary person, but it did freeze him for a moment. In that moment, Green completed his gesture. Styles found himself changing. His arms were shrinking, becoming flat, covered with scales. His legs were fusing. He was turning into a fish. He had lost the Battle of Adepts because of the 2-to-1 odds against him. His power had been occupied resisting the evil eye, leaving him vulnerable to the transformation spell. Probably Green's magic had been bolstered by that of other adepts too, but Styles may yet save his life. He leaped toward the dark water of the sacred river Alf, which cut through a corner of the dome. His fused legs launched him forward, but he could not land upright. He flopped on his belly and slid across the grass that had been the floor. Some of his cloud had precipitated here, making the mixed surface slippery. This helped him more. He threshed with his tail and thrashed with his fins, gasping for water to breathe. He was drowning here in air. The river was getting closer. An enemy citizen tried to stop him, stepping into his sliding path. Styles turned this to his advantage, bracing against the man's legs and shoving himself forward again. But he was still too far from the water. His vision was blurring. Perhaps this was natural to fish eyes out of water, but it could be because he was smothering. Melon, catching on, charged across to aid Styles. He bent down, threw his arms about Styles' piscine torso, and hauled him up. Styles had shrunk somewhat, but remained a big fish, about half the weight of a man. Melon charged the water with his burden. But the Tan Adept aimed his deadly gaze at the robot. Again that invisible knife cut through the air, and whatever else it touched. Melon's leg fell off, severed just above the knee. Metal protruded from the thigh like black bone, and blood like oil spurted out. The robot fell, but hurled Styles forward. Styles landed heavily, bounced, and slid onward, rotating helplessly. His sweeping fisheye caught the panorama of Xanadu, the majority of citizens standing aghast, the enemies with dawning glee. The two adepts oriented on Style again, and Merle launching herself at the tan adept from behind. She might have betrayed Style once, but she was making up for it now. They would take one adept out for a few vital moments, but Green would still score if he wished to. Style suspected the fish enchantment had been a compromise, much as had been Merle sending him to the mines. But it could also have been the first spell that came to Green's mind under pressure, not what he would have chosen otherwise. No sense waiting for the next one. Style's inertia was not enough to carry him to the water. The precipitation ran out. The floor of grass became dry, and Style spun to an uncomfortable halt. He flipped his tail, but progress on this surface was abrasive and slow. And what would he do once he reached the water? He could not transform himself back to his natural form, for he no longer could speak or sing. He could not transform himself back to his natural form, for he no longer could do it. Certainly he couldn't play the harmonica. Merle kept Tan occupied, in much the way she had done for Style. The man could not concentrate his deadly gaze on anything at the moment. The surface of the river Alf bubbled and shot out steam as the evil eye beam glanced by it, and a section of the palace was sliced off. Style himself was clear. But the Green Adept was making another gesture. He had evidently immobilized the self-willed machines who had tried to help Style. All of them were frozen in place. Now it was Style's turn again, and he knew he could not get clear in time. Something flew down from the half-open sky. Had the harpy returned? No, it was a bat. A vampire bat. It flew at the Green Adept, interfering with his spell. Styles' phase allies were coming to the rescue, but Style was suffocating. The process was slower than it would have been for a human being. Fish metabolism differed, but it was just as uncomfortable. He made a final effort and flipped himself the rest of the way to the water. He splashed in at last, delighting in the coolness and wetness of it. He swam, and the liquid coursed in his open mouth and out his gills. He was breathing again. Ah, delight! He poked an eye out of the water just in time to see the bat fall. Apparently, this was the only one to find him. The vampires must have maintained a broad search pattern, not even knowing how they might be needed. If the first had given the alarm, more would swarm in, and other creatures too. But all would be helpless against the two adepts. Style had to save himself. He turned in the water and swam rapidly downstream. Maybe he was finished anyway, but somehow he hoped someone would find a way to rescue and restore him. He swam the river Alf, which, true to its literary origin, flowed past seemingly endless caverns to a dark nether sea. Here the water was sucked into a pipe for pumping back to the artificial source, a fountain beyond the palace. There was a whirlpool above the intake. He didn't want to get drawn into that. What was he to do now? He had survived, yes, but anyone who tried to help him at the citizens' meeting was now in deep trouble, and Style had no way to ameliorate that. He could do no magic. He could not leave the water. All he could do was swim and hope. Blowing his enemies would soon dispatch all his friends and come after him here. Then the water level started dropping. Oh no! They had turned off the river, diverting the flow. He would soon be left stranded, to die, which was probably the idea. Possibly Xanadu was shut down between meetings anyway. This time the process had been hastened, to be sure of him. Styles swam desperately upstream, hoping to find some side eddy that would not drain completely. There was none. The stone floor of the river was universally slanted for drainage. But in one cavern there was a small, pleasant beach, perhaps where Kublai Khan had liked to relax with his wives. Style nudged himself a hole in the sand and nosed small rocks into place. Maybe he could trap some water for himself. It didn't work. The water drained right out through the sand, leaving him gasping again. And suppose his private pool had held?
he would quickly have exhausted the oxygen in that limited supply. He had to flip and scramble to get back into the deeper center channel where a trickle still flowed. Desolate, he let the water carry him down toward the drain. It was the only way he could hang on to life a little longer. Something came down the channel, its feet splashing in the shallow water. It was a wolf. A werewolf, another of Styles' friends. It was sniffing the surface, searching for something. Maybe it was hungry. Style had to gamble. He splashed toward the wolf, making himself obvious. If the creature did not know him, this would be the end. His present mass was similar to that of the wolf, but he was in no position to defend himself. The wolf sniffed and shifted to man form.
"I know thee, Adept," he said. "Thy smell distinguishes thee in any form, but I have no water for thee, no way to carry thee. I am but part of the search pattern, looking for thee and the enemy we are to battle. Do thou wait in what water thou hast, and I will bring help."
Style threshed wildly, trying to convey meaning.
"Ah, I understand," the werewolf said. "Enemy adepts will follow me to thee when they divine I have found thee. But I will go instead to the enchantress, who can surely help thee from afar once I advise her. Do thou survive 10 more minutes, then all will be well."
He shifted back to wolf form and ran swiftly upstream. Enchantress? That had to be another adept, and not Brown, whose magic applied only to the animation of golems. A witch surely meant trouble. Had White convinced the animals she was on their side? Woe betide him if they trustingly delivered him into her hands. But still, he had no choice. He went on down to the sunless sea and huddled in the diminishing current as the last of the water drained out the bottom. Maybe the enchantress, whoever she was, really did need to help him, since she knew he would die if she didn't. The adepts had no need to locate him. They could simply wait for the draining water to eliminate him. Unless she wanted to be absolutely sure. Yet the green and tan adepts already knew he was confined to the river. They could locate him readily just by walking down the channel, so this sorceress must be on a different side. And that is the end of chapter 11. Ha ha ha. Joy in general, good to see you. Susan Morgan, good to see you as well. Glad you guys are here with me tonight as we come to the end of Juxtaposition. This chapter is not nearly as long as chapter 10, but still a lengthy chapter. And I don't know why. Let me look at a thing and do a thing. Let's see. For some reason, the chapter name is not listed here. And I want to know what it is.
Chapter 12, where are you? Come to me, chapter 12.
And it's not here either. How is it missing from places?
I don't get it.
All right, I will not find it there. How about here? I think I have looked here. Chapter 12 is called Juxtaposition. Neato keen. Good to know. Okay. That is all I needed to know. I know, every gun become a bun. I mean, Style had quite a chapter in this one. Springs out of the garbage quoting poetry. And makes his way through at the very end. 10 tons, of which He had a quarter of that. I mean, that gives you an idea how much wealth he had compared to everybody else. He had a quarter of the wealth of the planet. Makes it by 1 gram. Thank you, Merle. And then they're trying to assassinate him. Juxtaposition comes. He's now suddenly casting magic around. Yeah, every gun a gun or every gun a bun is just a fantastic spell. Could you imagine holding a laser rifle and you're like, what the? I have a frosted French loaf here. How the? For those who didn't believe in magic, gotta be weird. Then loses out to 2 different adepts, but the Enchantress is here to help him. I know who the Enchantress is. Joy in general knows who the Enchantress is. And you guys will shortly know who the Enchantress is. So here we go, everyone. We are ready to jump into the final chapter. I know, that's why I said you knew, because you and I have both read these books before, so it helps. So for those of you guys who weren't here at the beginning, just a reminder, all of these chapters are posted up on my channel, youtube.com/@SirArminius. If you've missed any of the readings all the way through the first 3 books or other books that I've done, you can go there to check it out. Because we're finishing this book tonight, starting on Saturday, Murder at Maplewood Manor, the debut novel of Anna Rowe. We'll be reading that for however long it takes to get through it. Much, much shorter chapters. I am so happy to hear that, Joy, in general. It is why I do this. I love to do this. In addition to being a voiceover artist and doing this for supplemental income, I love doing this part of it. And I'm so excited to be able to start actually showcasing new authors starting soon. And then hopefully when that happens, so you guys see me, I'm facing down this way. I'm looking a little bit different than normal. I had to move my monitors and stuff around because I ordered for myself a teleprompter, little prompter set that'll go over my camera so that way I can actually read to you guys as opposed to staring off into the corner. I ordered it last week. I'm hoping it's here by Saturday because I'd love to start out the new book with the prompter set up. And hopefully it'll be like right up here, up above, and I'll be able to just read right to you guys. I am very excited about that side of it. The tools of the trade that really nobody cares about but me, but I wanted it. I wanted it for a long time. So, either here or right above the monitor or something. Either way, I'll be staring straight into the camera, and I'm excited for it when it arrives. Not sure when that'll be yet, because they haven't shipped it last I checked. But either way, hopefully it'll be here. So again, I hope you guys will join me for the debut of Anna Rowe's book, Murder at Maplewood Manor. Definitely a very different book. It is a book set in like the 1800s in Canada, which I found out they speak with English accents, so I'm okay with most of that. Should be exciting. Chapters are going to be much shorter, so I will probably look at going for a time frame rather than a chapter frame. And I'll read, probably 5 chapters at a time and break it up that way, because otherwise it's just, I want to say there's 100 and something chapters or something silly like that in there. As a matter of fact, let me look really quick because now I'm curious. Table of contents. Chapters up to chapter 70. So I will probably break up in like 5 chapter chunks. So it'll be a little bit different than this. We'll read 5 chapters and then we'll stop and we can chat, things like that. But we'll see how it all goes. All right, guys. You have waded through multiple weeks with me as we've read this all together. It is time for us to reach the end of Juxtaposition. So sit back, relax, put your feet up, grab a
bag of popcorn, whatever you need. Do chores, whatever. That's the joy of audiobooks. You can do whatever. Just listen on in. As we get started with this final chapter, here we go. Well, hold on. First, one little thing. Oh, my dog is doing weird things in the back. I was gonna focus in on her for a second, but now she's getting off of her chair, so you won't be able to see her. All right, guys, let's jump in to the last chapter. Chapter 12, Juxtaposition. Suddenly, he was in a giant fishbowl, and Sheen was peering in at him. She was surrounded by wolves and bats. "That's you, Style?" she inquired rhetorically. "Just a moment while I revert you." She opened a book and leafed through the pages while Style turned about in his confined quarters with difficulty. No, it wasn't that the tank was small. He was big. The bowl had not been designed for 30 kilograms of fish. "Ah, there it is," she said. She concentrated on Style, lifted 2 fingers of her left hand, winked, and said, "Oomph," while she tapped her right foot. Abruptly, Style was in man form again. Behind him was the fishbowl, undisturbed. He was dressed in the manner of a citizen, and his harmonica was with him. He stood inside a small force field dome set in a forest glade. The huge, gruff shapes of ogres guarded it outside, as if the werewolves and vampires inside were not enough. Some sort of magic scintillated above, probably warding off hostile spells. An automatic laser unit swung its lens back and forth, questing for unauthorized intrusions. Magic and science merged. "You did this?" he asked Sheen. "Conjured me here? Changed me back?" "You can't have been paying very close attention. Didn't you see me use the Book of Magic?" She patted its cover. "But you're not alive! How can you do magic?" "Machines are excellent at following instructions." "The book? That good?" She handed it to him. "Better. I am as yet a novice. I had only minutes to study it before you got yourself enchanted. It is the perfect key. It will make you the power of the millennium." Style considered, holding the book. He remembered the Oracle's considerations of human abilities and corruptibility. Was he really as incorruptible as he was supposed to be? Already, to obtain the book, he had compromised himself with Merle. Rationalization was easy to fall into. Suppose he started using that book of magic, for the best causes, and became addicted to it. Spells so easy that a robot, could master them at a glance. So potent they could instantly counter the enchantment of an adept. Truly, that book represented power like none before imagined. He handed back the book. "Keep it, Sheen. Use it with discretion. I have enough power already." "But what about Truel the Troll?" "You handle it. With the book, you can do it." "I can't cross the curtain to reach the Oracle's palace." "You're across it now." Her eyes widened. He kept being surprised by the detail of her human reactions. "So I am. But I couldn't before." "The curtain isn't moving. It's widening. Now it comes in halves, with a steadily broadening region of overlap of frames between the fringes. This is the halfway region, the area of juxtaposition. You may not be able to cross the whole curtain at once, but you can cross it by halves now. I'll move the phase height across it the same way." "That must explain the strange thing I saw," she said. "What thing?" "In a situation where lasers and spells mixed, what could be strange?" "As I was casting about for a suitable place to set up this haven, I saw 2 men, a citizen and an adept, the black adept by your description, made from a line. The citizen had a line too, a financial line vital to his being. The 2 came together as if drawn unwillingly,
and suddenly they merged. One man stood where two had been. It must have been the two selves of the two frames reuniting in the common zone. So it must, Style agreed, awed by the concept. Juxtaposition is more literal than I thought. The divided people become whole people, for a while. They will surely separate again when the frames do. I wonder how the two blacks feel about each other right now. She smiled. There must be a number of very confused people. Not only two bodies together, but two half-souls too. Then she sobered, remembering that she had no soul at all. Speaking of confused people, I left a remarkable situation in Xanadu. I don't know whether Merle and the rifleman. I will check on it, Sheen said. She touched a button and a hollow image formed, showing the Xanadu cavern. The scene was horrendous. Merle and the rifleman were confined in a cage whose bars were formed of ice, slowly melting in the heat of the chamber. 4 hungry griffins paced just outside the cage, eager to get at the morsels within. In minutes, the prisoners would be doomed. The Adepts want to make sure I'm dead, Style said. If I'm alive and aware, they know I will act to save my friends. If the ice melts and the monsters feast, the enemy Adepts will know I'm helpless. I did conjure a dead fish to replace you in the sunless sea, Sheen said. I thought it would be enough. This dome is resistive to perception. They do not know we are here. Where are we? In the heart of the ogre domain. Should be safe enough, he agreed. But my enemies are right. I can't let the only 2 citizens who helped me. I just can't leave them to this fate. I must act. Maybe I can do it in a way that won't betray you. She looked in the index of the Book of Magic again. What type of spell should I search for? Something that seems coincidental, natural. Some regular enemy to griffins that happens to wander by. Dragons, maybe. Here it is, she said brightly. A spell to attract flying dragons. It's a visual display that only dragons can see, suggestive of griffins raiding the dragon nests to steal diamonds. It enrages them, and they launch toward battle. Excellent. Just see that they don't attack my friends. She got on it, uttering what sounded like gibberish and stamping both feet. That does it. I modified it to make the dragons protective toward people caged in ice. The nest syndrome again. They'll melt the bars without hurting the prisoners. The enemy Adepts will be too busy containing the dragons to worry about the prisoners, who will surely disappear rapidly into the labyrinth of Proton. Do you want to watch? Style glanced again through the hollow at the prisoners. The rifleman was holding Merle, shielding her from the cold of the ice and the reaching claws and beaks of the griffins. They made a rather fetching couple. Perhaps this incident would give the 2 respect for each other and lead to a passing romance. No, let's get on with our business, Style said, more gruffly than necessary. The problem machine and his relationship to her weighed upon him more heavily as she became more and more human. He felt guilty for not loving her sufficiently. You conjure yourself to the Oracle's palace and see about reanimating Trool the Troll. Fetch the Brown Adept there too. It will have to be a joint effort. While you're at it, find out whether the curtain's expansion has intersected the Oracle yet. Once it crosses, I'll have to see about integrating it with the Proton computers, so its enormous expertise can aid our effort from the Proton side. Once you're through there, meet me at the Platinum Domain. I'll be organizing the shipment of phasite. If we act swiftly and well, we can accomplish it before the Resistance gets properly organized, especially since it may be thought that I am dead. But that's all kinds of magic you want me to do alone, she protested. I'm only a machine. I can't handle that sort of thing. A machine with an insecurity complex. You've done pretty well so far. I had to. I knew your life was at stake. It still is, he said coldly.
All the citizens and adepts will be gunning for me harder than before once they realize I have survived again. This is their last chance to stop the transfer of phasite and preserve the frames as they know them. Do whatever you did before to handle magic so well. I just looked in the index for the spells I needed. The book is marvelously cross-referenced. It is easy to see that the computer organized it. Protection, construction, summoning, conversion, anything, instantly. I just followed instructions. I don't understand magic at all. It is complete nonsense. Whoever imagined a scientific robot doing enchantments? Who indeed, he agreed. This is a wrinkle I never anticipated. Yet it seems that you are well qualified to use the Book of Magic. Perhaps that is by design of the originators, the great equalizer for the self-willed machines. They can be the leading magicians of the age, entirely bypassing the established hierarchy. No, we don't want to do that. We only want our fair share of the system. Styles smiled. You, too, are incorruptible. You shall have your fair share. But at the moment it is the occasion for heroic efforts. Very well, I'll put it on a more practical basis. You read through the entire book and assimilate all that is in it. Wait, Style, I can't. I can read at machine rate, but this book is 100 times as big as it seems. When you address any section, the entire book becomes that section. There are more spells in any single subdivision than I can assimilate in a year. It's like a computer with unlimited access, keying into the networks of other planets on demand. A magic computer. That figures. Very well. Run a survey course. Discover what types of spells it has in broad categories. You've already done that, I think. Then narrow those down until you have exactly what you need. Commit particular spells to memory so that you can draw on them at need. Remember, you can use each spell only once, so you'll need backups. I want to know the parameters of this thing. Maybe there are entire aspects of magic we never thought of. You run that survey as quickly as you can, then restore Truel and report to me. That will allow me to get moving on the phasite without delay, while also mastering the potential of the book. Through you. Yes, sir, she said uncertainly. Stahl brought out his harmonica and played a bar of music. Again there was something strange. But this time he continued playing, determined not to be balked by any mystery. The spirit of his other self came out, expanding as if stretching, then closed on Style, coalescing. Oh no, he cried. Juxtaposition! I forgot! You freed your other self's soul to merge, Sheen said. I saw it. Now Style was two people, yet one. All the memories and experience and feelings of the Blue Adept of Phase were now part of his own awareness, superimposed on his own lifelong proton experience. All that he had learned of his other self, which the Lady Blue had told him, was now part of his direct memory. He had become, in truth, the Blue Adept. He felt confused, uplifted, and gloriously whole. I am both, he said, awed. Will you be all right? She inquired anxiously. Things are changing so rapidly. Does it hurt? He looked at her with the awareness of his other self. She was absolutely lovely in her concern. She had, with typical feminine vanity and concession to the culture of Phase, conjured herself a simple but fetching dress, and her hair was just a trifle wild. Her eyes were strongly green, as if enhanced by the verdure of the overlapping frames. I know what thou art, he said. I could love thee, Lady Golem Machine, for thou art lovely in more than form. Sheen stepped back. That must be Blue. Style, are you in control? If you have become prisoner in your body. I am in control, Style said. I merely have double awareness. I have 2 full lives to integrate. My other self has no direct experience with your kind. He's quite intrigued. I should like to hear more from Blue, she said, then blushed. Sorry, he has to come with me. We're one now. Style resumed his melody on the harmonica, then sang, Let me be found at the Platinum Mound. And he was there. Pyreforge the Dark Elf looked up.
We expected thee, Blue Adept, but I perceive thou art changed.
I am both myselves, Style said. I am whole. My souls are one.
Ah, the juxtaposition,
Pyreforge agreed.
We be in the throes, but thy merger can be maintained only within the curtain, for you are now 2.
I mean to make another body for him, Style said, an inspiration falling into place. My friend Sheen has the Book of Magic. We can accomplish it now. After we restore my friend the Troll to life. But first, the Phasite.
We have it for thee,
the elf agreed.
But how canst thou move it? It weighs many tons, and its magic ambience prevents conjuration.
I think that is why the Oracle bade me organize the creatures of Phase, Style said. First, they rescued me from enchantment. Now, they will enable me to move the Phasite. I want to shape it into a great, perfect ball and roll it across the curtain by brute physical force.
Aye, Adept, that may be best, but others will bar thy progress if they can.
This may be like a big earthball game, Style said, remembering the final keyword of his tourney poem, Earth. I will try to balk the magic of the enemy adepts, with the help of Sheen and the Book of Magic, while my friends help push the ball across the near side of the curtain, through the breadth of the zone of juxtaposition, and across the other side into Proton. That is how it works, isn't it?
Aye, cross from one frame on one side to the other on the other. That can be done from both sides, but always the full juxtaposition must be traversed, for it be but the interior of the divided curtain.
So, where the curtain divides, the people reunite, Style exclaimed, feeling his wholeness again.
For the moment it be so, but when the deed is done, all will be separate forever.
I know, Style said sadly. I will be forever confined to mine own frame, this lovely world of magic but a memory, and mine other self, the true Blue Adept, will know no more of modern science. He felt the surge of interest and regret in his other self. To Blue, the things of science were as novel as the things of magic were to Style.
We do what we must do,
Pyreforge said.
We sometimes like them not.
Can the elves get the Phasite to the surface here? Style asked. I can conjure in whole troops of creatures to push it across the juxtaposition.
Nay, the other adepts have closed the conjuration avenue, perceiving thy likely intent if thou dost survive. Thine allies must march here.
But I came by conjuration.
Thou must have come from some place hidden from adept perception then.
I did, Style agreed. I should have notified my allies before I came here. Perhaps I can make a sign for them in the sky.
And attract every enemy instantly,
Pyreforge said.
Best to start it quickly.
Style sighed. There always seemed to be so many constraints on his application of magic. His other self shared the sentiment. It had always been thus. Magic was not the easy answer to every problem. He went outside and surveyed the landscape, looking down into the great plain to the north. He could see where the curtain had expanded, straightening as it went. The zone of juxtaposition now reached well into the plain. The domes of the civilization of Proton were coming into view, with their teeming citizens, serfs, and machines. He had an idea. He returned to Pyreforge inside the mound.
Have thy minions push the ball out of the northern slope of the Purple Mountains, while I fetch special help. I can use proton equipment to shove it onward."
"Do not citizens control the machines?"
the old elf asked. "Aye, they do," Style agreed regretfully. "All but the self-willed machines. They will be using the heavy equipment against us. Let's hope my phase friends are alert and will assemble here without specific summoning." A little foresight would have facilitated things greatly, but he had been distracted by things like being transformed into a fish. So much had happened so rapidly, so recently. Pyreforge showed the way to the phasite. It was some distance east, for many of the tribes of elves had labored to assemble it centrally. Apparently, they had been at work on this project far longer than Style had been in phase, knowing the crisis was coming. The little folk had known much they did not advertise, and thus avoided early sabotage by the enemy. As he walked, Style felt an odd wrenching within him, followed by a kind of desolation. There was the sound of a fading flute, a single note that was somehow beyond the compass of ear or mind, yet encompassed something fundamental in the cosmos. In a moment he realized what had happened. He had crossed beyond the juxtaposition into phase proper, and the two souls could not integrate in a single frame. Blue had departed and must now be back in the harmonica. How empty this body felt. At length they arrived in a large cavern, not unlike the one of Xanadu, but whose walls were dark rock. There were evidence of extensive tunnelings and laborings and many tracks of carts indented in the ground, as well as spillage of ore and oil. There in the center was a perfect sphere of phasite. This could not have been shaped in the past few minutes. It had to have been done this way long before Style had arrived. The ball was about 6 feet in diameter, the size of an earth ball. An earth ball. Again, Style remembered the game, in which such a ball was pushed by teams across one goal line or the other. The game computer had given him the term Earth, the last of the supposedly random terms. Now the relevance was clear. "Solid phasite?" he asked, awed by the reality. In proton, this would be worth so much that his mind balked at attempting the calculation.
"An isotope of the dense mineral formed in rare, peculiar processes of creation,"
the old elf agreed.
"In the science frame, this would be described as a semi-collapsed matter formed in the fringe of a certain variety of black hole in a certain critical stage of evolution. This explains why it is so rare. Very little of it escapes the site of its origin. It is 50 times the density of water, unstable in certain conditions, sublimating into pure energy that is more than the sum of its present mass because of the unique stresses of its creation. Thus it may be used for the economical propulsion of spaceships, or the more versatile applications of magic in a frame where magic is normally much less intense."
"From the fringes of black holes," Style repeated, amazed at the information the elf had. To reside in a magical frame was not necessarily to be ignorant of science. I'll bet it's scarce. No wonder phenomenal forces bound up within it, like a really tightly coiled spring. How much is here?
"In proton, protonite has been mined at the controlled rate of approximately 1 metric ton a year for 300 years, with 9/10 of it exported, the rest reserved as citizen wealth. To equalize the frames, we must replace half of 300 metric tons. This ball of phasite weighs near 170 of our tons, the equivalent."
"I don't want to wait until my allies locate me," Style said. "My enemies may arrive at the same time. I will need some help moving this thing, if I am not to employ magic."
"We will help within our domain. We have numbers and levers."
Style brought out his map of Phase, which had survived all his adventures in the magic way such things had. He had wondered how unicorns managed to carry things while shifting into forms such as hawks and fireflies. Now he had carried map, clothing, and harmonica while swimming as a fish. He still didn't know how it was done. The simplest thing would be to roll the ball due north across the central region, which is relatively level, until we pass the north aspect of the curtain. Somehow, I don't think that will work.
Thine enemies be alert. At some point, they will discover thy location. Then will all their resources be brought to bear in opposition.
That's the nature of the game, Style agreed. Both teams push on the Earth Ball, and the one with more power and or better strategy prevails. The problem is, I'm not sure we have more power or better strategy. I can help, Sheen said. Yes, I'll take all the help I can. He looked at her, startled. When didst thou arrive? She smiled. Just now, when the curtain caught up with thee. Didst thou not notice it? Style, distracted by the wonder of the ball of phasite, 60 times the mass of his record proton personal fortune, had not noticed. Now he realized that he had heard the flute again, at the fringe of his consciousness, and that his experience had broadened as his other self rejoined him. He also realized that Sheen could not cross the curtain, this side, without going back into proton. To go all the way into phase, she would have to proceed past the north part of the curtain, then double back. Best for her simply to remain in the zone of juxtaposition, using the super spells of the Book of Magic to overcome the interference enchantment of the enemy adepts. So, the curtain is still expanding, he said. I had somehow thought it had stabilized.
Nay, it is unstable,
Pyreforge said.
Only the ultimate skill of the foreordained expands it, and his power be at its limit. The boundary flexes back and forth, somewhat like the winds of a changing day. The mass of many people can move it a short distance, as it were pushing it. Our elves did push it across just now, so that thy friend could join thee.
And here is Trool, Sheen continued. His troll friends are making a tunnel through hills for the boulder, so we will not have to roll it uphill. I do not plan to roll it uphill. I'll roll it along the contour. And the Lady Brown is marching her golems here to push. Style looked at Trool. Glad I am to see thee. Thou hast survived thine ordeal in good order, it seems. It is not every person who is restored from stone.
It was an eye blink,
the troll said.
One moment I stood in the tunnel, next was I in the hall of the oracle. I knew not thy metal golem was an enchantress.
Women of any type have secret talents. Hers manifested during your eye blink. Style said. Thou too dost have ability. We saw thy figurines. Are all trolls sculptors?
Nay,
Trool said, embarrassed.
I have gone mostly apart from my kind, and in the lonesome hours do I entertain myself with idle shapings. It is of no import.
Art is of import, Style said. Many creatures can do conventional labors. Few can fashion raw material into beauty. Phase can be made prettier by thy efforts.
Nay, I am ugly,
Trool demurred.
I have no aspirations, now that mine onus is done.
His onus had been to save Style 3 times. Surely the good troll would not accept any reward. But Style disliked the notion of departing this frame without returning some suitable favor. Something began to develop in his mind, an improbable connection. If thou didst have the power of an adept, what then would be thine aspiration? The troll shrugged in the ungainly manner of his kind.
I have no use for power. For generations my kind has abused what power it had, and on that history do I turn my gnarled back. All I crave is a little rock to tunnel in, and time to fashion mine images in stone, perhaps a friend or two. The life of a troll is not much, Adept.
Not much indeed. Style decided to experiment. I shall grant thee power for a time, so that thou canst help me now. I must devise a route to roll this ball of phasite and must avoid the enemy forces that oppose this motion. He turned to Sheen. Thou hast surveyed the Book of Magic? Aye, she agreed. Canst thou give Truel the powers of flight, invisibility, and resistance to hostile magic? She looked surprised. That and more, but do it.
But Adept, Truel protested, I am a troll.
Methinks I misjudged trolls once. Thou hast helped me 3 times. Now I beg thee to help me again, though no prophecy requires thee.
Certainly will I help thee, but...
Sheen did something obscure. Truel paused as if experiencing something strange. Try thy talents, Styles suggested.
I cannot fly,
Truel said, rising into the air. He looked down, astonished.
This is as impossible as turning invisible.
He faded from view.
Thou hast bequeathed dangerous powers to such a creature,
Fireforge said gravely.
He can leave thee and go abroad to do harm, answerable to no one.
Power corrupts some less than others, Style said. Truel has shown his constancy, and I am giving him leave to show it more. Sheen has more power than any other person now, yet she is unchanged. I'm not human, Sheen said. I am as I am programmed to be, regardless of my power. Only living things are corruptible.
Yet, with the power of the magic of that book,
Fireforge pointed out,
thou couldst become alive. The power thou hast shown be but an inkling of the potential.
Yes, she agreed. I perceive that potential. There are spells to give true life? Style asked, amazed. Thou didst tell me to survey the complete book, she reminded him. I found things hardly to be imagined. But the problem of souls, he protested. That is handled the same way the flesh is. A baby is started from the substance of its parents. A baby's soul starts as a piece separated from the souls of its parents. It's like taking a brand from a fire to make a new fire. Once a piece of fire is separated, it develops its own individuality. So I don't need anyone else's soul, just a piece of soul which can grow into the body. But whose soul? Style asked. Sheen, alive. Would it make a difference? He wasn't sure. Part of her personality was her knowledge of her own inanimate nature. The Lady Brown has offered me a piece of hers, Sheen said diffidently. She feels responsible for me, since she animated me in phase. We're wasting time, Style said, not wanting to wrestle with personal considerations at the moment. Where's Truel?
I am here, Adept,
Truel said, appearing.
I have surveyed the course. Thou canst not proceed northward, for that the Adepts have set dragons there to guard against passage. They know not where thou wilt go, or if thou truly art alive, but they are watching everywhere. When the ball begins to move, they will converge. The course must go west, avoiding the dragons.
We'll start west, then, Style decided. Now the elves appeared in force.
They cranked open the wall to show a giant rent in the mountain. The sun shone brightly outside, but these were light-tolerant elves, able to work by day. Pyreforge bade a hasty parting and retreated to the comfortable shadows. He could no more tolerate the direct glare of the sun than Truel could.
Truel!
Style exclaimed.
How could...
I gave him a spell of automatic shade when I restored him, Sheen said. I may be metal, but I do profit from experience. The sun can't touch him now. Relieved, Style watched the elves. The little folk applied their levers diligently, and the massive ball started to move. 150 metric tons was a great weight, but the ball was perfectly balanced, and the levers were skillfully applied. Once moving, the ball continued, its mass giving it formidable momentum. Then it started rolling grandly downhill, and the elves got out of the way. The ball coursed down, up the opposite slope, and down again, neatly following the gentle channel Style had determined for it, leaving a concave impression. But then it veered slightly, and he saw that it was going to strike a large pine tree. That could be disaster. Probably the ball would crush the tree to the ground, and in the process be deflected off the route. Possibly the tree would resist, bouncing the ball back. Certainly a lot of useful momentum would be lost. This was going so smoothly he didn't want to interrupt it. So he sang a little spell. The tree wavered into insubstantiability just before the boulder reached it, then became solid after the phasite had passed through. I'm not sure you should have done that, Style, Sheen said. The enemy adepts are highly attuned to your magic. I've got to use my magic when I need it, Style said. I'm sorry I can't use it directly on the phasite. He remembered he had conjured Sheen's replacement power cell before, and that was the same material, but that had been a tiny fraction of a gram. He could no more move this 150-ton ball by magic than he could by hand, alone. The ball crunched to a stop in the next depression. They walked along the smooth indentation path, catching up to it.
The golem's on ya,
Truel's voice came from the air above them. Guide them here, Style said. Soon a column of wooden men marched up. Some were small and some were large. The brown adept rode piggyback on one of the giants. She waved cheerily as she spied them. We'll get it moving, she called. Under her direction, the wooden men sank to work with a will. They were very strong, and soon they were levering the ball slowly up the incline. Suddenly, a sheet of flame flashed across the terrain. The golems cried out, and the brown adept screamed. The wooden men were burning. Fire was the one thing such golems feared. You were right, Style said. The enemy has located us. He started to play his harmonica, getting ready for a fire-extinguishing spell. But Sheen lifted her hand and the fire vanished. You told me to memorize any spells I thought might be useful, she said. Style stared at the golems, who were understandably confused. One moment they had been burning, the next, all was well. So I did, he agreed. The sheer facility and potency of it keeps setting me back. Can you protect the golems henceforth? I think so. The book has an excellent section on counter-magic, but if I block off adept spells, this will stifle your magic too. The book magic is that strong? That strong, Style. The book is not merely a compendium of stray spells. It's a complete course, the atomic age of magic. It shows how to integrate all the modes, voice, vision, symbols, potions, touch, music, all. The adepts of today are fragmentary magicians, severely limited. Thou also, I regret to say. None of you has done more than scratch the surface of the potential of magic. I haven't scratched the surface. There is so much more to be mastered.
I see. All right. Block out all adept magic here, and we'll talk about it while we supervise the moving of the ball. She made a series of body motions and exclamations, concluding with a toe-sketched figure on the ground. Something happened in the air, an oblique kind of shimmer. The visual effect is merely to identify it, she said. We're now secure from new spells. The golems resumed their labor on the sphere. Slowly they moved it up the slope. When we have a moment, Styles said, let's see about making up a good body for my other self. Your other self, she exclaimed. Yes, of course. The book has spells to convert wood or other substance to flesh, as we did for Truel. You have Blue's soul preserved. I don't think the soul can go to that body while you are in phase, but when the frames separate, Clef can pipe it in, and my other self will be restored to life in phase, Style finished. He sacrificed his life to give me the chance to enter his frame and work with the Oracle. The least I can do is give it back to him when my task is done. But what about the prophecy? Phase will not be safe until Blue departs it forever, Style finished. In the confusion of great events, I forgot that. He pondered, disturbed. No, I cannot be entirely governed by prophecy. I must do what I deem right. What will happen? Will happen. But he remained disquieted, as did his other self. The body has to be crafted by hand, Sheen said. It can't be made directly by magic, or it will perish when the magic diminishes. So we can't do it right this minute, but I won't forget to see to it before the end. She paused. What does Blue think of this? Style shifted to his alternate awareness. Now he had confirmation of his prior conjecture. Blue had, through a special divinatory spell, discovered what was developing and realized that the best thing he could do for the land he loved was to die. But fearful that his sacrifice might be in vain, he had hedged. He had conjured his soul into his harmonica and given the instrument an affinity for his other self. Now he knew his act had been justified, for Style had used the harmonica to achieve his necessary level of power. As for having his life back in the New Order, he had not expected this, and had not even considered the possibility of resuming his life in phase. The notion had a certain guilty appeal, yet if the presence of Blue meant ruin for phase, he would be better off dead. He would have to formulate some plans for a formally blank future, knowing that he might again have to give it up if the prophecy were true. All he could do was try and see. Perhaps there would be interim tasks for him to do before he departed. I thank thee for thy consideration, Blue said to Sheen. Glad am I to have facilitated thine entry here, lovely lady machine. Again, Sheen reacted with pleased embarrassment. There's something about the people of phase, she murmured. The brown adept rode up on her golem mount. I think my golems can handle it, as long as nothing else bothers them. Art thou going to make the lady machine alive now? I will give her a part of my soul. I've been thinking about that, Sheen said. All my brief existence I have longed to be alive, but now I have the chance for it. I'm not sure. I don't think it would carry over into Proton, and if it did, there would still be a severe readjustment. I'd have to eat regularly and eliminate regularly, both rather messy inconveniences. And sleep, which is a waste of useful time. My whole routine would be changed. I think I'm better off as a robot. But Blue could love thee as a woman, Brown said, and thou couldst love him. How intimately had the two consulted while they worked on the restoration of Truel? Brown seemed to know a lot more about Styles' business than he had told her. He decided to stay out of this conversation. I love him already, Sheen said. Life could not change that, and his love will always be for the Lady Blue. My life would not change that either, and I wouldn't want it to. So all I really have to gain by marrying him in Proton is a precedent for the self-willed machines. And if I were alive, that precedent would no longer exist.
Oh, I guess so, Brown said. I think thou art just fine as thou art, Lady Machine. So I guess thou canst just use the magic book to cure Blue's knees, and maybe make him a little taller, and...
Now Style had to join in. My knees are a part of my present life. I no longer care to have them fixed. And my height? I always wanted to be taller, for that is the human definition of status. However foolish we all know it to be. I share Sheen's opinion. I would be a different person, with new problems. I stand to gain nothing by changing what I am. Brown shrugged.
Okay, actually the little folk are perfect the way they are, and thou art not much different.
That jarred Style, but he tried not to show it.
I'll make up a golem in thine image. The book can make it flesh, and the other Blue can move into it when he is ready.
She rode off. In due course, an enemy contingent arrived. A small squadron of tank-like earth movers, borers, and personal transports. The citizens of Proton had no formal armed forces, since no life existed outside the domes, ordinarily. Construction vehicles tended to be enclosed and airtight, but some were remote-controlled or robotic. The present group was of the last type. Low-grade machines, Sheen said. The citizens know better than to trust the sophisticated robots, though in truth only a small percentage is self-willed. I hope your friends are not suffering unduly as a result of betraying their nature to the citizens, Style said. He was uncertain which form of language to use in the juxtaposition zone, and decided to stick to Proton unless addressing a phase creature. The juxtaposition has proved to be enough of a distraction, she said. It is not easy to identify a specific self-willed machine when it wants to conceal itself. If the enemy wins this war, all my kind of machines will be destroyed. Style knew she was speaking literally. There would be absolutely no mercy from the citizens. The enemy machines formed up before the ball of phasite. One fired an excavation bomb at it, but nothing happened. Phasite protects itself, Sheen remarked. You can move it or use it, but you can't damage it with less than a nuclear cannon. Several laser beams speared toward the sphere, but again without effect. Regardless of magic, phasite was extremely tough stuff, twice as dense as anything ordinarily found in a planet. Unless subjected to the key environment, it was virtually indestructible. The Brown Adept rejoined Style and Sheen, staying clear of the dangerous region. Now, the vehicles moved up to push against the ball itself. The golems pushed on the other side. The machines had more power, but only one unit at a time could contact the phasite, compact as it was, while the golems could apply all their force. The boulder rocked back and forth, then rolled to the side and forward. The golems were able to maneuver better and were making progress again. The machines regrouped. Another vehicle lined up and pushed on the boulder. Again, the golems nudged the ball around the machine. Their brains were wooden, but they did learn slowly from the experience. Unfortunately, so did the machines. They consulted with each other briefly, then lined up again and charged the golems.
No,
the Brown Adept cried as a truck smashed into a golem. It was as if she felt the blow herself.
That's cheating.
There are no rules to this game, Style said.
Oh, is that so?
Brown's small face firmed, and she called new instructions to her minions. Now the golems fought back. When the vehicles charged, the golems stepped aside. then leaned in close to pound at the vulnerable regions as Style explained them to Brown. Tires burst under the impact of pointed wooden feet. Plastic cracked under wooden fists. But the machines, though dented, continued to fight. "These are not like animals," Sheen said. "They don't hurt. Thou must disrupt their powertrains or electrical systems." The Brown Adept had no knowledge of technology. "Obey the lady machine," she cried to the golems. Sheen called out instructions. Now the golems went after more specific things. They unscrewed the fastenings for maintenance apertures and ripped out wiring. They punched holes in lubrication lines. Soon, all the machines were out of commission. The golems had won this engagement, but time had been lost. The juxtaposition would remain only a few hours, and in that time the phasite had to be moved across into the frame of Proton. The next obstacle would surely be more formidable. This had been merely a token engagement, a first testing of strength. Style brought out his map again. "We'll have to plan strategy, arrange a diversion. Now our obvious route is curving north, through the Unicorn Domain, to pass between the Oracle's Palace and the Central Lake, in a generally descending lay of land, so they'll have that region well guarded. We'll send a contingent of creatures there, clearing a path for the ball. Our least likely route would be back toward the Purple Mountains through the She Domain, where my friend Clef traveled when he first entered phase. The terrain is forested, irregular, and infested by harpies, so that's where we had better go." "But it will take forever to roll the ball through that region," Brown protested. "Not if we can figure out a good way through. Magic could be used to prepare the way, such as the construction of sturdy bridges over gulfs. Could you handle that, Sheen?" "Certainly. The enemy adepts will never know what I'm doing, but I need to be on hand to guard you." "Fear not, Furblue, loyal lady," Styles' alternate self said. "The adepts will strike not until they fathom our purpose, fearing to waste their magic on distractions. I know them. I know their minds. Go thy way, and we shall meet anon." "Meanwhile, I will come with thee, Blue, to plot the false route," Brown said, enjoying this adventure. Drool the troll reappeared.
"The ogres, giants, and animal heads are marching from the west to join thee," he reported. "But the goblins are marching south to intercept them and thee. There will be a battle when they meet."
Style consulted his map again. "How fast are they moving?"
"The animal heads are slowest, but also nearest. They will be here."
Trool indicated a spot within the Unicorn Domain on the map.
"The ogres move faster, but the black domain are directly in their path, and the green domain to the south. They must veer north, then south, and should be here by dusk."
He indicated a spot near the Grade's Palace.
"The giants are farthest distance, but strides so great they will be with thee by late afternoon."
Late afternoon. Style realized it was near midday now, but it had seemed like only an hour since the citizens' business meeting, which had been in the evening. What had happened to the intervening night? She must have slipped in a stasis spell before letting him leave her temporary dome in the ogre's domain, and he had never even noticed. It was probably for the best. He had needed a good night's rest. So much was happening. The picture changing so radically, it was hard to keep track. But he had to keep going. And the goblins?
"The enemy adepts are helping them move, but the goblins are so many that no spell can conjure them all. And the Lady Golem Adept's counter spell prevents them coming all the way here by magic anyway. Logistics is a problem. They will be in this spot by dusk."
He indicated the Oracle's Palace. That means the ogres and goblins will meet somewhere to the north of the oracle, Style said, grimly, tracing the likely paths on the map. We'd better send a detachment of unicorns to help the ogres. After all, that's right in the path of our decoy effort. We have to take it seriously enough to fool them. He glanced at the golems, who were moving the ball again. Have them go slowly, maybe pushing the ball farther uphill than necessary, so we can roll it down quickly in an unanticipated direction. I want to give the enemy every chance to rush its forces to the wrong rendezvous. Brown gave instructions to a messenger golem, then accompanied Style on the mock survey excursion. Style would have preferred to fly, but Sheen's anti-magic spell stopped him as well as the enemy adepts. He had to go on foot, at least until a unicorn arrived. Fortunately, he was quite capable afoot. He set out at a running pace, covering each mile in about 7 minutes. Brown's big golem steed kept pace with huge strides. Then the unicorn he had hoped for came into sight. "Clip!" Style cried. "Thou didst know I needed thee!" Clip played a saxophone tune of agreement. Style vaulted to his back, and they were off at a much faster pace. "Aw, the troll told him," Brown said disparagingly. Of course that was true. In this frame of magic, coincidence was seldom unassisted. Style experienced the peculiar wrenching of separation again. They had once more passed outside the zone of juxtaposition, and his soul was all his own. The boundaries of the expanded curtain seemed to be quite irregular. He had supposed north would lead into the center of it. His other self had not intruded, letting Style handle things his way. But the other's presence was increasingly comfortable, and his absence increasingly jarring. Now the terrain seemed less familiar, for his other self's experience with the land was absent. Also, now the overlapping terrain of Proton was gone. This was mostly barren rock and sand in the science frame, easy to ignore in the presence of the phase vegetation, but still present when one cared to perceive it. Well, at least he would suffer no citizen malice here. Only the enemy adepts could reach him. Was there a valid parallel here? His soul was complete only when the geography was complete. Could the land be said to have a soul? Perhaps in the form of the special mineral that the citizens of Proton had depleted. It was odd, in one sense, that the citizens resisted the transfer of phasite, since it would dramatically enrich their world. But of course they would prefer to keep the frames partially overlapped, linked by the curtain so that in due course the citizens could mine in phase as well as in Proton. That would equalize the frames by depleting both. The fact that such mining would do to the environment of phase what it had done to that of Proton, and also eliminate the remaining magic of phase, seemed not to concern the citizens. There were, after all, other worlds in the universe to exploit, once this one was squeezed dry. Since Style's transfer of power mineral would enable the frames to balance, freeing them to separate, that would forever deny the citizens the opportunity of exploitation. They seemed willfully ignorant of the substantial risk that both frames would be destroyed long before such exploitation could be completed. Style wondered whether the citizens of ancient Harappa, in the Indian subcontinent of Earth, had had a similar attitude. Had they denuded the land of its necessary resources until it could support their population no longer, so that they weakened and fell to Nordic barbarians in the 16th century BC? Wealth and power at the expense of nature were an inevitable lethal cancer. But there seemed to be no gentle way to convince cancer to practice moderation. Well, he, Style, was fated to have considerable power, it seemed, in the frame of Proton after the separation, and his other self would have it in phase, assuming that prophecy had priority over the Blue Be Banished prophecy. The resources of the Oracle computer, which were obviously considerable, would be at his disposal, and the self-willed machines would cooperate. Those machines would have legal person status, of course. He would be able to enforce a much more sensible restraint on that errant society. Style sighed. Somehow the prospect of all that power and responsibility did not appeal to him. All he really wanted was to be in phase with his creature friends and the Lady Blue. That was what he could not have. Would it be so bad with Sheen? Of course not. She was the best possible woman, her origin aside. Meanwhile, in phase, the Lady Blue would have her real husband back. She, at least, would not suffer. Somehow, he was not convincing himself. Soon they were inside of the unicorn herd, with a good route for the ball worked out. Styles suffered a pang, realizing that this was probably the last time he would see the Lady Blue. He would have to tell her and bid her farewell, and conceal, if he could, the way he actually felt about this coming separation. The break was inevitable. It was best that it be clean, without hysterics. The herd stallion met him.
Lord Blue, I will tell our plan, and thou dost prefer, Brown volunteered. Do thou go to Nasa and the lady.
Style thanked her. She was a most helpful child at times, though somehow he was not eager to do what he had to do. He nerved himself and went directly to the protected inner circle, where Nasa and the Lady Blue awaited. He tried to tell himself he was happy to see them, but instead he found himself overcome by misgiving. He tried to smile, but they realized at once that something was wrong, and both came to him solicitously.
What is the matter, my lord? The lady asked. Does the campaign go ill?
It goes well enough, Style said. He had learned so much so recently and shared so little with her. They had just been on their honeymoon, and now it seemed years past.
Then what we feared is true, the lady said, one hand on Nasa's black mane. I have my child of thee, and thou art leaving us.
Was this the extent of her reaction? He knew she was capable of fierce displays of anger, sorrow, and love. How could she treat this as if it were commonplace? The prophecy of thy second husband no longer protects me, he said gravely. Thou hast conceived, and I am no longer essential. There is another prophecy, that phase will not be safe until the Blue Adept departs it. I am now the Blue Adept. I would not put this frame in danger willingly. And he realized as he spoke that the prophecies could indeed make sense. The present Blue Adept had to leave so that the defunct Blue Adept could return. Thus Blue would leave and remain, both prophecies honored. The frames will separate, and I must return to mine own. The lady nodded.
Somehow I knew it would be thus. Prophecies care not for human happiness, only the letter of their fulfillment.
True. Fate did not care. But thou wilt not be alone, Style said quickly. The soul of thy first husband, mine other self, survives. He shall have a human body again. Her composure faltered.
He lives?
Not exactly. He lost his body, but I believe I can restore it to him, and he will be the same as he was, as far as anyone can tell. Her brow furrowed.
But I love thee now.
And I love thee. But when thy husband lives, my place will be elsewhere. I thought him dead, else I would not have married thee. He gave up his body that phase might be saved, and now he must have it back. This is what is right.
Aye, it is right, she agreed. It is clear where my duty lies.
She was taking it well, and that, too, was painful. He knew she loved him, but would be loyal to her first husband, as Style would be loyal to Sheen. This was the way it had to be. Yet somehow he had hoped that the Lady Blue would not take it quite this well. Was it so easy to give him up on such short notice? Suddenly she flung her arms about him. Thee, 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 she cried, and her hot tears made her cheeks slippery as she kissed him. That was more like it. She was meltingly warm and sweet and wholly desirable. Thee, 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 he echoed, in the phase signal of abandonment to love, and held her crushingly close. Then, by mutual resignation, they drew apart. She brought a cloth to his face and cleaned him up, and he realized that half the tears were his own. Through the blur, he saw the shimmer of the landscape about them, the reaction of the environment to an expression of deep truth. The unicorns perceived it too, and were turning to look at the couple. But now they both had control again. They uttered no further words, letting their statement of love be the last. Style turned to Nasa to bid her farewell, but she stood facing away from him, standing with her tail toward him, the classic expression of disapproval. The woman might forgive him his departure. The unicorn did not. He could not blame her. His body, so recently warm, now felt chilled, as if his heart had been frozen. Had he expected Nasa, his closest friend in phase, to welcome his announcement with forward-perking ears? There was no good way to conclude this painful scene. Style walked silently away. Clip stood near, watching his sister Nasa. His mane was half flared in anger, and his breath had the tinge of fire, but he was silent. Style knew Clip was furious with Nasa, but had no authority to interfere. There was justice in it. Nasa expressed the attitude the Lady Blue did not, in her fashion, freeing the lady to be forgiving. The complete emotion could not be expressed by one person, so had been portioned between two. The brown adept was waiting for him at the edge of the unicorn circle. "I told the stallion," she said. "He'll help." She looked toward Nasa and the Lady Blue. "I guess it didn't work out so well, huh?" "I fear I'm not much for diplomacy," Style said. "I don't want to go. They don't want me to go. There's no positive side." "Why dost thou not just stay here when the frames depart?" she asked naively. "I'm a usurper here in phase. This good life is not mine to keep, not at the expense of mine other self. I was brought here to do a job, and when that job is done, I must leave. So it has been prophesied." "I guess when I'm grown up, maybe I'll understand that kind of nonsense." "Maybe," Style agreed wryly. Style mounted Clip and they returned the way they had come, setting small markers to show the prospective route for the ball. There was no interference from the other adepts. They were, of course, biding their time, since they were unable to strike at him magically at the moment. They would have their minions here in force to stop the ball, though. The unicorns would have an ugly task, protecting this decoy route. The irony was that this was an excellent path. If there were no opposition, the ball could travel rapidly here. When they recrossed into the zone of juxtaposition, his other self rejoined him. The personality of Blue assimilated the new experience and shrank away.
"Thou dost look peaked," the brown adept said. "Is aught wrong?"
"It is mine other self," Style said. "I fear he likes not what I have done."
"The true Blue? Speak to me, other adept."
"Aye, Brown," the other self said, "but surely thou dost not wish to be burdened with the problems of adults."
"Oh, sure," she said eagerly, "especially if it's about a woman. Someday I'll grow up and break hearts too."
"That thou surely wilt," Blue agreed. "My concern is this. For many years did I love the Lady Blue, though she loved me not. When finally I did win her heart as well as her hand, I learned that she was destined to love another after me, more than me. This was one reason I yielded up my life. Now I know it is mine other self she loves. Am I to return to that situation at his expense?"
"Oh, that is a bad one," Brown agreed. "But maybe she will learn to love thee again. Thou dost have charm, thou knowest.
The lady machine's nerve circuits do run hot and cold when thou dost address her.
The lady machine is programmed to love mine image, Blue said. I admit she is a fascinating creature, like none I have encountered before. But the Lady Blue is not that type. She will act in all ways proper, as she did before, and be the finest wife any man could have. But her deepest heart will never revert. Her love never backtracks.
Then what good is it, coming back to life?
Brown asked, with the innocent directness of her age. There are other things in life besides love, Blue said. The lady will need protection, and creatures will need attention. There will be much work for me to do, just as there will be for mine other self in the fabulous science frame. He will be no happier than I. Style had no argument with that. His other self was the same person as himself, in a superficially different but fundamentally similar situation, facing life with a woman who was not precisely right. The days of great adventure and expectation were almost past. To lose the present engagement would be to die, knowing the frames would in time perish also as the unrelieved stress developed to the breaking point. To win would be to return to a somewhat commonplace existence, for both his selves. The choice was between disaster and mediocrity.
I'm not sure I want to grow up, if that's what it's like,
Brown said. They reached the ball of phasite. Sheen had returned to it also. Is the other route ready? Style asked. Not quite. We must delay another hour, but it will be worth the wait.
Then I have time to make a golem body for Blue,
Brown exclaimed. Evidently she had resigned herself quickly to the situation and was determined to do her part, even if Style and Blue were not destined for happiness.
I hope I can do it right. I haven't had much practice with lifelike figures, especially male ones. My golems are mostly neuter.
Style could appreciate the problem. Maybe Truel can help. He's quite a sculptor. Truel appeared.
I mortal in stone, not wood.
We'll convert stone to flesh, Sheen said. All we need is the form. So while the golems rolled the great ball along its soon-to-be diverted course, Truel the Troll sculpted in stone. He excavated a rock from the ground in short order, his huge, gaunt hands scraping the earth and sand away with a velocity no normal person could approach, and freed a stone of suitable size by scraping out the rock beneath it with his stiffened fingers. Apparently, the stone became soft under his fingers, like warming butter. Style picked up a half-melted chip and found it to be cold, hard stone. No wonder trolls could tunnel so readily. The hardest rock was very much like putty in their hands. No wonder also they were so much feared by ordinary folk. Who could stand against hands that could gouge solid stone? Truel had stood with the Lady Blue against the ogres. Style remembered, and the ogres had been cautious, not exchanging blows with him. They had been able to overpower him, of course, by using their own mode of combat. When Truel had his man-sized fragment, he glanced at Style and began to mold the image. Rapidly, magically, the form took shape. Head, arms, legs. The troll was indeed a talented sculptor. The statue was perfect. Soon it was standing braced against a tree. A naked man, complete in every part, just like Style. Sheen and Brown were watching amazed.
Gee, you sure are better at carving than I am, Brown said. The former Brown Adept could make figures just like people, but I can't yet.
I can't make them live,
Truel said shortly. Then Sheen made magic from the book, and the statue turned to flesh. But it remained cold, inanimate. The Brown Adept laid her hands on it, and it animated, a golem of flesh. The new body was ready.
Say, it worked!
Brown exclaimed, pleased. Style wondered how this carved and animated figure could have living guts and bones and brain. Presumably these had been taken care of by Sheen's spell. Magic was funny stuff. But the soul could not yet enter this body. Two selves could not exist separately in the zone of juxtaposition. The second body would only become alive, truly, when the frames separated. Will it be all right until needed? Style asked. It won't spoil?
My golems don't spoil, Brown said indignantly. It will keep until the soul enters it. Then it'll be alive and will have to eat and sleep and... you know.
Then park it in a safe place, he said, and let the harmonica remain with it, so that his soul can find it in case there is a problem. For despite all his planning, Style was not at all sure he would succeed in his mission, or necessarily survive the next few hours. Little had been heard from the enemy adepts recently. They had surely not been idle. Sheen conjured body and harmonica to the blue domain, which were in no part of the current action. Style felt another pang of separation as he lost the harmonica. It had been such an important part of his life and phase. The necessary time had passed. They had the golem start the ball on its new course to the south. But make a spell of illusion, Style directed. I want it to seem that the ball is proceeding on the course Brown and I just charted. I can generate a ball of similar size made of ordinary rock, Sheen said.
And I'll have some of my golems push it, Brown said. It won't be nearly as heavy, so I'll tell them not to push so hard.
Soon the mock ball diverged from the real one, and a contingent of golems started it on its way. Style wasn't sure how long this would fool the adepts, but it was a try. Meanwhile, under cover of a fog that Sheen generated, the main part of the golem force levered the phasite ball back toward the purple mountains. A door opened in the hillside, and they saw the tunnel the trolls had made, a smooth, round tube of just the right size, slanting very gently down. They rolled the boulder to it, and it began to travel down its channel on its own. From here on, it's easy, Sheen said. This tube will carry the phasite kilometers along in a short time. At the far end, the tunnel spirals up to the top of a substantial foothill. From there, it can roll north with such momentum the enemy will not be able to stop it before it crosses into Proton proper. Good strategy, Style agreed. But can the golems get it up that spiral? My friends in Proton have installed a power winch. Style laughed. I keep forgetting that we can draw on science too now. This begins to seem easy. They followed the ball as it moved, Style and Clip fitting comfortably in the tunnel. Brown's golem steed hunching over, and Sheen riding a motorized unicycle she had conjured. She was enjoying her role as enchantress. The ball accelerated, forcing them to hurry to keep it in sight. Even so, it drew ahead, rounding a bend and disappearing. They hastened on, but the ball was already around the next bend, still out of sight. When they passed that bend, they looked along an extended straightaway, and the ball was not there. Style wasn't sure whether he or his other self first realized the truth. Hostile magic, he cried. Can't be, Sheen protested. I had it counterspelled. Use a new spell to locate the ball. She used a simple locator spell. It's off to the side, she said, surprised. That last curve. They made a detour, Style said. Had a crew into tunnel. No adept magic. Goblins maybe, or some borers from Proton. They can draw on the same resources we can. The ball went down that, while we followed the proper channel. They charged back to the curve. There it was, an offshoot tunnel masked by an illusion spell that had to have been instituted before Sheen's arrival. The enemy adepts had anticipated this tunnel ploy and quietly prepared for it. No, they couldn't have placed a spell before Sheen got there, because Sheen had supervised the construction of the tunnel, and had her magic in force throughout. Something else. The offshoot tunnel was in fact an old Proton mine shaft. A small amount of work had tied it into the new troll tunnel, and a tiny generator had sealed off the entrance with an opaque force field. No magic and minimal effort. Someone had been very clever. I don't like this, Style said. They evidently know what we're doing here, and someone with a good mind is on this scene. We're being outmaneuvered. While we made a duplicate image of me, they did this. But there was nothing much to do except go after the phasite. They started down the detour tunnel, hoping to catch up with the ball before it reached whatever destination the enemy had plotted. Sheen's magic showed no enemies nearby. Like her own workers, they had departed as soon as their job was done. The tunnels were empty because the presence of anyone would alert the other side of what was going on. They heard a noise ahead. Something was moving, heavily, making the tunnel shudder. Oops. The ball of phasite was rolling back toward them at a horrendous velocity. "Get out of the way!" Style cried. 150 tons will crush us flat. But the ball was moving too swiftly. They could not outrun it, and the intersection of tunnels was too far back. "Make a spell, Lady Machine!" Brown screamed. Sheen made a gesture, and abruptly their entire party was in the tunnel beyond the rolling ball, watching the thing retreat. Style felt weak in the knees, and not because of their injury. He didn't like being dependent on someone else for magic. Was that the way others felt about him? "See, it slants up there ahead," Brown said brightly. She, at least, was used to accepting enchantment from others, though she was adept herself. "They fixed it so the ball would roll up, then reverse and come right back at us." "Timed so we would be in the middle when it arrived," Sheen said. "No direct magic, but a neat trap," Style agreed. "They must have assumed that if the book blocked out adept magic, it would leave us helpless. They didn't realize that a non-adept would be doing the spells." "Funny Truel didn't warn us," Brown said. Truel appeared, chagrined.
"I saw it not. I know not how I missed it."
For a moment, Style wondered whether the troll had betrayed them, but he found he couldn't believe that. For one thing, he had confidence in his judgment of creatures. For another, it was a woman, a young-seeming one, who had been prophesied to betray him, and that had already come to pass before the prophecy reached him. So there had to have been enough illusion magic, or clever maneuvering, to deceive everyone in this case. No betrayal was involved. "Set a deflector at the mouth of the detour," Style told Sheen, "so when the ball reverses again, it will go down the correct tunnel." She lifted a finger. "Done." "You sure know a lot of spells," Brown said. "Robots assimilate programmed material very rapidly," Sheen replied. "The advantages of being a machine are becoming clearer to me, now that I have considered life." They marched up to the intersection of tubes. The ball had already reversed course and traveled down its proper channel. They followed it without further event to the end. "Be alert for other hostile effects," Style told Sheen. "The enemy can't hit us with new magic, but, as we have seen, the prepared traps can be awkward enough." Sheen held her finger up as if testing the wind. "No magic here," she reported. They stood at the winch. It was a heavy-duty model, powered by a chip of protonite, and its massive cables were adequate to the need. They placed the harness about the ball. It fitted with little bearings so that the ball could roll within its confinement. With the pulleys and leverage available, the ball should move up the spiral. It did move up. There were no hitches. Yet Style worried. He knew the enemy would strike. He didn't know when and how. Why hadn't they destroyed the winch, since obviously they had had access to this tunnel? "Truel?" he asked. There was no response from the troll. Probably he was out surveying the situation, and would report the moment he spied anything significant. The winch cranked the ball of phasite up the spiraling tunnel, providing it the elevation it would need to roll all the way across the juxtaposition zone to Proton. Once that boulder started rolling, it should be prohibitively difficult to stop. Victory seemed very near at hand, and still Style worried. He was absolutely sure something ugly was incipient. At last they reached the top. The winch delivered the ball to a platform housed in earth, surely resembling a mound of the little folk from outside. All they had to do was open the gate and nudge it out. Truel appeared.
"Found thee at last," he exclaimed. "Take not this route, Adept."
Style looked at him sourly. "We have already taken this route. Where hast thou been?"
"Looking all over for thee. There are 100 traces of thy presence, all mistaken, until this one."
"Diversion magic," Style said. "False clues to my whereabouts, laid down in advance, so that I become the needle in the haystack. But why should they try to mislead thee?"
"Because I have spied on them. Barely did I reach thee in time to give warning. The goblins have bypassed the giants, indulged in forced marches, and are lurking in ambush for thee here. Thou canst not pass this way, Adept."
"Nonsense," Sheen said. "I detect no goblins within 70 kilometers.
"Thou shouldst get beyond their screening spells,"
Truel said.
"From behind they are not. There are maybe 500 golems there, armed with proton weapons and busy making entrenchments. That much did I see. I looked no more so that I could return in haste to warn thee. But then did I face the enchantment that concealed thee from me. All of it is passive magic, set in place before we came here, yet a nuisance."
"I knew things were too easy," Style muttered. "They left us alone so we could continue on into their trap. We have perhaps 4 hours remaining to get the phasite across the north border of the Juxtaposition zone. We cannot backtrack now. We shall have to proceed." "I can neutralize the screen magic," Sheen said, "but that will not remove the goblins. The enemy adepts will prevent me from performing any mass spell on them." "So, there are, after all, limits to the book," Style said with a wry smile. "Yes. It gives me power to stand off all the adepts, but not to overwhelm them. We shall have to handle the goblins physically."
"The animal heads are arriving on the scene," Truel said. "But they too are confused by the shield spells. If thou dost eliminate the shields, all will encounter each other and there will be mayhem galore."
"I don't want mayhem," Style said, "but if it has to be, I want to ease the burden on the animal heads. Sheen, conjure me a holophone." In a moment it was there. Style called his own dome, and Melon answered. His lake had been repaired.
"I am glad to see you back in form, sir,"
he said. Style was sure the call was tapped and might soon be blocked off. "I'm in a battle situation and need reinforcements," he said quickly. "I can't arrange to conjure large groups, so they'll have to march. The goblins are enemies and will slaughter whomever they can. The other creatures, however strange they may appear, are friends. Can you arrange anything?"
"Allow 30 minutes, sir."
The image faded. So just like that, it was done. Melon would get the coordinates of Styles' location from the holo and would send out what he could. Styles' citizen resources were now considerable. He could afford a private army, if anyone could. He returned to his immediate situation. If the goblins have proton weapons, we'll need proton defenses, They are probably making ready to storm this hill. We should have light, bulletproof armor, laser screens. Personal force fields, Sheen suggested. They will handle a combination of attacks, and I can conjure in such small units without alerting the enemy adepts.
And make invisibility spells for the rest of us, Brown added. They're nowhere near the Phasite ball, but still.
Yes, Style agreed. Probably they won't want to fire their shots too close to the phasite. They won't have effect. And if they did, what would it be? There's power to destroy the planet in this dense little sphere. No one would gain if that energy were suddenly released. Most likely they will attempt to wipe us out and send the ball rolling back down the spiral tube, Sheen said. Then they will blast the entrance closed and wait for the juxtaposition to terminate. Clef surely can't hold it much longer. We're committed to our present course, Styles said, shaking his head ruefully. They gave us full opportunity to go beyond the point of retreat. I'd like to meet the Goblin Commander. He's one smart tactician.
Maybe an adept is running things, Brown said.
This smacks more of field tactics to me. Style brought out his map. As I make it, the ball has a fairly straight path north from here. All we need to do is clear out a few obstacles in the channel and start it rolling. We don't want to mire it in the lake unless that's beyond the juxtaposition zone. Truel, where is the north side of the curtain now?
It is stabilized north of the lake and north of the Oracle's palace in this section,
the troll replied.
There is some curve in it yet. Elsewhere it impinges the White Mountain Range, but here it is fairly southerly.
And where is it in this section? Style asked, indicating the place where the Oracle computer was buried, somewhat removed from the Oracle's palace.
It lands northwest, passing just south of that region, but that is not a good place to roll the ball anyway. There is a long incline up, with the curtain almost at the ridge there. Much easier to roll it through the valley to the east.
So, the curtain was just south of the Oracle computer. That was why there had been no news of the computer's crossing. Clef's flute had not been able to broaden the juxtaposition zone enough. That meant the curtain would have to be stretched northward a little. And how would Style find the creature power to accomplish that in the midst of battle? Nevertheless, I believe we'll roll it across at this site, Style said, after reflecting a moment. I hope the giants arrive in time to help. They'll be able to roll it barehanded. I'm not sure, Sheen said. The ball of phasite is the same diameter as a giant's finger, but its substance is 50 times as dense as living flesh. Trying to push on it could be clumsy and painful. They can use silver thimbles, or roll it with a pool cue, Style said, smiling briefly. And the route, she said. Why roll the ball across that particular place? Style did not want to express his notion openly, for fear the enemy was somehow eavesdropping. Because it will be difficult, slow, but certain. The enemy will not have barriers entrenched there, and no special traps, and our time will be running out. That's not fully logical, she protested. The enemy will not guard that region well, because the natural terrain represents a formidable defense. They will have time to regroup while we struggle to push the ball up the hill. Maybe, Style agreed. I hope your illogic has some redeeming aspect. I think thou art crazy, Brown said succinctly. We'll clear a course that curves northwest, Style said. They may assume it's another ruse. Then we'll roll the ball along it as fast and far as we can, and hope for the best. Truel faded out for another survey and returned to report that the contingent from Proton was arriving.
Flesh and metal men,
he said wonderingly. Cyborgs, maybe. Robots with human brains. They can be very effective. It's time for us to move. He looked around the chamber. I want the Golem crew to remain here to start the ball rolling at my signal. Timing is essential. Brown will supervise him. Sheen and I will sneak out and clear the path. Troll will act as liaison.
I want to sneak out too, Brown cried.
What about me? Clip asked in man form. Style had been afraid of this. He had to devise legitimate jobs for everyone. Thou canst go report to thy herd, he said to the unicorn. In thy hawk form and with the spell of invisibility, thou canst get through to tell the stallion of our situation. Style turned to Brown. But thou, if thou shouldst go, who will guard the book? Her brown eyes widened.
The Book of Magic?
If the enemy gets its hands on that, we're finished. We dare not take it out to battle. Sheen has memorized the spells she needs. She doesn't need the book with her now, so it is safest with thee and thy golems. Brown's eyes fixed on the book, round with awe.
I guess,
she breathed. The main reason Style wanted her here was to keep the child out of the worst danger. Any protective spell they might make might be negated by a specific enemy counterspell. The book did need guarding, so it was a valid pretext. He left with Sheen, using an invisibility spell as well as the protective shield she had fashioned before. He doubted the two of them would remain undiscovered, but with luck, the goblin army should be distracted by the detachments of serfs, robots, and animal heads. They started down the slope, using conjured spades to eliminate troublesome ridges. This, too, was risky, since the changes they made were visible, possibly calling attention to their otherwise invisible progress. Most of the slope was all right, with the natural channel requiring only touching up. But as they got away from the ball, the illusion fashioned by the enemy adepts faded. They saw the goblins ranged about the base of the hill, pistols drawn. The moment there was any visible action at the top of the slope, the goblins would start firing. Even in this hiatus, it was bad enough. Detachments of goblins were building a series of obstructions near the base of the slope, wedge-like barriers with the sharp ends pointed uphill. If the phasite ball encountered a wall crosswise, it would crash right through, but these wedges were oriented to deflect it efficiently off course, where it would be further deflected by the natural channels below, until it was stuck in some cul-de-sac, and the game would be lost. That smart enemy commander's handiwork again. Our work is cut out for us, Style said. One misplay and we lose the ball. Conjure me some plastic explosive and detonators that can be set off by magic invocation. I'll have to mine some of those barriers. That sort of thing is not in the book, Sheen protested. No plastic explosive with magic detonators. But I can get you 1 hour timed explosive. That will do. Just let me know when the hour is up so I can get clear. She conjured the explosive. It was high grade. A kilogram had enough explosive power to blast away all the emplacements they would have time to mine. They walked on down the hill. The contingent from Proton was marching toward the hill. Style realized that it was on the wrong side of the illusion spell and did not perceive the goblin army. The goblins would ambush it, wiping it out before it had a chance to organize. I can't let that happen, he muttered. I haven't been much of an organizer. My allies will be cut down trying to help me. I must warn them. If you show yourself, you will be cut down, Sheen said. My spells won't save you from attack by the entire goblin army, backed by the magic of all the adepts. Maybe your magic can help, though. Generate an image of me like a holograph. Then you can jump it around and no one will know exactly where I am, so the enemy won't be able to attack me. Now, that might work, she said. It's risky, but so are the alternatives. Your convoluted organic brain does come up with artful wrinkles. She made a combination of gestures and sounds, sketched a little figure in the dirt. He could see it and her, as the invisibility spell affected only the enemy observers, and suddenly Style found himself standing in the path of the cyborgs. He felt a squeeze on his hand and knew Sheen was with him, and that was his consciousness had joined his distant image. This was clever magic. His respect for the book increased. The leader of the cyborgs spied him and approached. This was an obvious machine, with gleaming metal limbs and chambers for attachments on its torso. But it was no robot. The brain was human, taken from the body of some aging or ill-living person. Cyborgs could be exceedingly tough and clever.
I perceive you, sir,
the machine man said, orienting the lens on him.
But you have no substance. You are therefore an image. I cannot be sure of your validity. Please identify yourself in a manner I can accept.
I am an image of Citizen Style, Style said. Also the Blue Adept. My employee Melon should have primed you with key information about me. Ask me something appropriate.
Yes, sir. Who is your best friend?
In which frame?
That suffices, sir.
Oh, clever. It was the type of response, rather than the actual information, that had been keyed. Let's get busy then, Style said. This region is infested with goblins with modern weapons. I doubt they are good shots, but don't take chances. If you can drive them away from this area, it would be a big help. But don't attack any animal heads or unicorns. There's quite a bit of illusion magic around, so be careful.
We understand, sir.
I'm not sure you do. Send out scouts to the base of that slope. He indicated it. They will pass the line of illusion and see the truth. Pay attention to what they tell you. This is likely to be deadly serious. Your lives are in jeopardy.
Thank you, sir.
They would have to find out for themselves. Style murmured the word animal head and found himself on a hill where the animal heads were gathered. The elephant head chief spied him with a trumpet of gladness.
We have found the last adept,
he exclaimed. Evidently, Style's prior spell of intelligibility remained in force. Spells didn't seem to have a certain inertia about them, continuing indefinitely unless countered or cancelled.
We have had ourselves lost.
Quickly, Style briefed the elephant on the situation. Now I'll be clearing a path for the ball to roll along, he concluded. In mine own body, I'm invisible, but the goblins will quickly catch on and interfere. So if thy force can divert them from this side, and while the cyborgs operate on the other side...
Cyborgs?
They are combination people, part human, part machine. Strange in appearance, but worthwhile when...
They are like us.
Very like thy kind, Style agreed, startled.
We are ready,
the elephant head said. Now Style was prepared to place the first wad of explosive. But as he returned his awareness to his invisible body, he discovered that Sheen was already attending to it. She had mined 2 wedges and was on the 3rd. But the goblins were all about, digging their trenches and organizing themselves for the battle. Style had always thought of goblins as occurring in undisciplined hordes. These were highly disciplined. They were supervised by sergeants and commissioned officers, their insignia of rank painted or tattooed on their arms. Despite his indetectability, Style was nervous. There were too many goblins, and they were poking around too many places. At any time, one of them could make a chance discovery of the plastic explosive. He needed to distract the goblins' attention right now, before the cyborgs and animal heads went into action, lest his game be lost at the outset. Goblin leader, he murmured. He stood beside a command tent. An ugly goblin with an authoritative air was surveying the field with binoculars.
I trust it not, the goblin murmured. They beat too quiet.
Perhaps I can help thee, Style said. The goblin glanced quickly at him, showing no surprise.
I had thought to see thee ere now, adept, he said. I be Grossnose, commander of this expedition.
Style could appreciate the derivation of the name. The goblin's nose was unusually large and shaped like a many-eyed potato. But physical appearance had little to do with competence. Style found himself liking this creature, for no better reason than he must have risen to power in much the way Style himself had, overcoming the liability of appearance to make his place in his society. "I compliment thy expertise," Style said. "I had thought thy forces to be intercepted by our ogre detachment." "We force marched around the ogres," Grossnose said. "They be not our enemy." "I prefer not to be thine enemy either." "Then here are terms for peace. Leave the Phasite in place, and thy party will be granted safe passage elsewhere." "Declined," Style said. "But if thy troops depart in peace, we will not hinder them." "Now understand this, Adept. If fight we must, we shall be forced to seek the source of thy power. We shall make a thrust for the book. We have held off so far only that it not be destroyed. The book may be more valuable than the entire ball of phasite, and it were a shame to put it into hazard. But this forbearance makes mischief. Already the adepts be quarreling as to who shall possess that book. I prefer to leave it in thy hands, as thou art least corruptible by power. But I cannot allow that demon ball to cross the proton frame. That be the end." "The end of the present order, perhaps," Style said. "For citizens and adepts, they will have to share power more equitably in the new order. Other creatures will have proportionately more power, including thine own kind. Dost thou really oppose that?" "Nay," the goblin admitted with surprising candor, "but I do serve the present order." This was an honest, clever, incorruptible commander. The worst kind to oppose. "I regret what will come to pass," Style said. "If we meet again when this is over, I would like to converse with thee again. But this next hour, we are enemies." "Aye, go about thy business, Adept. Thou dost know what be in the making." Style knew. It was the irony of war that slaughter and destruction came about when both sides preferred peace. He faded out and found himself back with Sheen. "We have to move fast," he said. "They're going to go after the book." Indeed, a troop of goblins were already charging the hill, lasers blazing. But they were met by the animal heads, who sprang from ambush and grappled with the goblins before the latter's modern weapons could be brought into play against this close-range opponent. The goblins' inexperience with such weapons cost the enemy dearly now. The animal heads were wresting them from the goblins and using them themselves. Simultaneously, the cyborgs commenced action, and their weapons were completely modern. Some had stunners, some gas jets, some lasers, and some projectile hurlers, and they knew how to use them. The battle was on. Style and Sheen moved hastily along their projected channel, placing the remaining explosive. Their hour was passing, and the plastic would detonate at its assigned moment regardless of their proximity. It was funny stuff, gray-white and slightly tacky to the touch, like modeling clay. It could be torn into fragments of any size, shaped as desired, and it would adhere to whatever it was pressed against. They fitted it into the chinks of stone like mortar and on the undersurfaces of wooden beams. The goblins should not notice the plastic unless warned about its nature. The sounds of the battle behind became louder. Style looked back and saw a squadron of winged dragons coming from the south. The cyborgs fired bazookas at them. Their aim was excellent, but after the first few dragons went down in flames, the others took evasive action. They dived down close to the ground and strafed the cyborgs with their flaming breath. The goblins who had been engaging the cyborgs screamed. That strafing was hurting them, while the metal bodies of the machine men withstood the heat better. The dragons might as well have been the cyborgs' allies. "Keep moving," Sheen cautioned Style. Indeed, he had become distracted by the action, forgetting his own important role. He hurried to place more plastic, but haste made waste. They ran out of plastic and time before the job was over. Several barriers remained. They had enough of each and had wasted part of both. "We must move," Sheen warned. "In 10 minutes the plastic detonates, with or without us." "Better head back for the ball," Style said. I want to be ready just before the plastic goes off, so we can start the ball rolling right at the moment of goblin disorganization. They began running back toward the phasite. New contingents of goblins were arriving from the north. They were swarming all over. Style saw that the enemy was winning the Battle of the Hill. Both animal heads and cyborgs were being contained and decimated. The goblins were absorbing huge losses, but prevailing because of their greater numbers and overall organization. A new force was advancing toward the phasite. They would overrun the site before Style could return. Conjure us there, he cried. Can't, Sheen snapped. The enemy adepts have focused their full attention on this place, blocking off new magic. They're learning how to impede the potent book of spells by acting together. This is the final squeeze, Style. Then send my image there. There's an existing spell. Suddenly his image was in the chamber. There were the brown adept and the troll, holding laser rifles clumsily, trying to oppose the advancing goblins. The remaining golems stood about awkwardly. Their hands were not coordinated enough to handle modern weapons, and their wooden minds not clever enough to grasp this rapidly changing situation. That's no good, Style said. You can't stop 100 vicious goblins by yourself? They looked at him, startled. We feared for thee, Brown exclaimed. Fear for thyself. They will be upon thee before I can return in the flesh. They want the book, and we must keep it away from them at all cost. Style pondered a moment. Truel, canst thou take Brown and the book into the tunnel and shield them with thine invisibility? Truel faded out. In a moment, Brown faded out too.
Aye,
his voice came.
But it is not safe in the tunnel, Adept. Goblins are coming from the far end. We have blocked them off for the moment, but...
Canst thou fly with her to safety? Style cut in. Time was so short. It need be but for a few minutes, until the explosives we have set goes off. Then will the enemy adept's attention be distracted, and we can use the spells of the book to protect ourselves.
I will fly,
Truel's voice came. From several feet up, Brown cried, Hey, this is fun! Then they were out a ceiling aperture and away. The goblins burst in, caving in the mound walls with pikes. They spied Style and charged him, but their points had no effect on his image. On inspiration, he pretended that he could be hurt, and dodged about to avoid the thrusts, so as to distract them as long as possible. He didn't want them working on the phasite ball, now vulnerable. The golems were still standing awkwardly. Style realized that they needed to be told what to do. Protect yourselves, he cried. Golems, fight the goblins. Now the golems acted. They were neither smart nor swift, but they were as tough as wooden planks. The goblins swarmed over each golem and were hurled back violently. Yes, it was, after all, possible to make a decent fight of it. Abruptly, he was back with Sheen at the base of the hill. The two of them were running through the battlefield, and it was grim. Goblins and animal heads lay dead and dying. This was where the animal heads had been fated to lose half their number. He realized. Some cyborgs were here too, their metal lying twisted and smoking. Style saw one with its metal skull cracked open, the human brain exposed and shriveled. The odor of carnage was strong. We must find help, Sheen said, to clear out the goblins and get the ball rolling. I wish we could save these creatures in pain, Style said. We can't do it now. Once the ball crosses, we can. Style knew it was true. They had to move the ball first. Now only seconds remained before the plastic detonated. They found a bear head just recovering consciousness. Style put his hand on the creature's shoulder, breaking the invisibility spell for this one individual. We need thee, Style asked. Follow us.
Blue,
the bearhead agreed dizzily. Sheen found a cyborg in the process of self-repair. It had lost a foot, but was affixing the foot of a dead cyborg in its place. Sheen introduced herself similarly. The four hurried on. As they reached the crest of the hill, they smelled smoke. Something was burning in the mound. "The golems," Sheen said grimly. Style winced. He knew the wooden golems were not truly alive, but surely they hurt when they burned. The goblins had used a devastating weapon, and the brown adept would be mortified. They charged the mound, staring into its broken chamber. In the smoke of the golem bonfire, the goblins were trying to push the ball back into the spiral tube. The ball was shaking, starting to rock. Soon they would get it moving. The four burst into the chamber. The goblins cried out and scattered as they saw the Bearhead and Cyborg, but rallied in a moment and drew their weapons. Style and Sheen, invisible to them, knocked the pistols from the goblins' hands. Unable to fathom this new menace, the goblins nevertheless fought bravely, overwhelming their opposition, both visible and invisible, by force of numbers. Then the plastic explosive detonated. The barrier wedges blew up, raining fiery pieces on the heads of the goblin army. The goblins in the mound disengaged and dashed out to see what new danger threatened. There was general disorganization. "Now we roll it!" Style cried. The four of them, joined by a charred but surviving golem, picked up the scattered limbs of golems and their tools and started levering the ball forward. They were more disciplined and purposeful than the goblins had been, and the ball was poised for this direction. But it was so massive they had just as much trouble budging it.
"We need better levers,"
Style gasped, but he knew of none within range. And now they heard the goblins charging up the spiral tunnel. There was no time for a search. A hawk flew into the chamber. "Clip!" Style exclaimed. "What art thou doing here?" The unicorn changed to man form. "I knew thou wouldst foul it up by thyself, adept," he said. "Mere men always do. So I brought some friends to bail thee out." Now a bee, a hummingbird, and a blue heron flew in, changing to 3 more unicorns. The third had an iridescent mane. "Belle," Style said, recognizing her. "She was wandering toward the battle," Clip said diffidently. "I could not leave her to such danger, and she does feel she owes thee, adept, for the manner in which she was used to." "Yes, of course," Style agreed. "The 4 of you, help us push this ball down the hill." Clip shifted to equine form and played musical directions on his sax horn. He was answered by a violin, tuba, and ringing bell, tune of agreement. The 4 put their horns carefully down into the crevice between ball and floor. Then, musically coordinated, they levered up and forward. Just like that, the ball moved. The unicorns repeated the process, working it over the dirt and rubble outside. It was a slow, difficult task, but they worked well and kept the ball crunching forward. Goblins burst in from the spiral tunnel. Style, Sheen, and the Bearhead, the Cyborg, and the remaining golem turned to face them, protecting the unicorn's flanks. The goblins, seeing only 3 motley opponents, charged, and discovered the hard way that there were 5. In this cramped, littered space, it was a fair match. Then the ball nudged over the brink and started rolling down the slope in the direction Style had dictated. The unicorns, their task done, turned to face the goblins, who suddenly lost their eagerness to fight, seeing the odds shift so substantially. "Mount!" Style cried, trusting the unicorns to cooperate. "Follow that ball!" And he leaped onto the nearest steed, who happened to be Belle. She spooked, never before having borne a rider, but heard Clip's musical clarification and immediately settled down. Sheen took the golem and mounted Clip, and the Bearhead and Cyborg mounted the remaining 2. They charged down the slope. For an instant, Style was daunted by the improbability of it all. A man, a cyborg, a robot, an animal head, and a wooden golem, all riding unicorns through a battlefield strewn with goblins and dragons, pursuing an invaluable ball of power rock that rolled along a channel cleared by plastic explosive. What a mishmash! Mishmash? No, this was Juxtaposition, the complete mergence of magic and science. He should enjoy it while it lasted, for it would not last long. Already he thought he felt the influence of the platinum flute weakening, as the strength of the foreordained became exhausted. Belle was a fine steed, running smoothly and swiftly, her lovely mane like silk in his grasp. But of course she was smooth. She had won the Unolympics dance event. "Belle, I thank thee for this service," he breathed, knowing she heard him despite the rush of air and booming of the passage of the phasite ball, for her left ear rotated toward him. "I will try to do thee some return favor when I can." And she made a faint bell melody in response. Meanwhile, the ball was gathering velocity. It crunched down the hill, leaving its smooth, small channel. Where bodies were in the way, they too were flattened. The phasite was ponderous and inexorable, crushing everything in its path. The live goblins, seeing its onrush, scattered out of its way in alarm. This was the sensible thing to do. The 4 unicorns galloped after it, losing headway as the ball rolled down the steepest section of the slope. All the goblins were watching it now, seeing its passage through the erstwhile barriers. For them, this progress was disaster. But Style knew the war was not over. Several barriers remained in place, and the slope reversed farther to the north. Style's big gamble was with the giants and the route. If he had judged all aspects correctly, he would win. But at this moment, he was in severe doubt. The ball encountered the standing barrier wedges and blew them apart. They had not diverted it perceptibly, and seemed not to have slowed it. But Style knew crucial impetus had been lost. Would the ball carry far enough? Now the terrain was gently rolling, largely clear of trees. Style had planned this carefully on the map. The ball sailed up the slope and down and onward. It was right on target. But it was slowing, as it had to, for the incidental resistance of the miles was cumulative. The proton frame terrain, unobtrusive so far because of its barrenness, suddenly became prominent in the form of a cluster of force field domes. The isolated estates of citizens, perhaps occupied at the moment, perhaps not. There was a peculiar appeal to such technology set in such an absolutely barren environment. A nugget of complete wealth and complete poverty, like a diamond in sand. Strange that he should see it this way, Style thought, then realized that it was in fact the perspective of his other self, to whom the entire frame of Proton was a novelty, much as the frame of Phase was to Style. What was commonplace to Style was a miraculous new discovery to Blue. The ball was rolling toward a linked trio of small domes. The connecting tubes arched high, leaving sufficient clearance below to pass the phasite, but the ball eschewed the obvious passage to crash right into the westernmost dome. The dome disappeared as its force field generator was taken out, leaving the serfs gasping in expectation of the sudden decompression. But there was the phase atmosphere, here in the Juxtaposition. They discovered to their surprise that they could breathe quite well outside. It was every bit as real as the ball, of course. One serf ran blindly out in front of Style's steed. Belle tried to swerve, but the serf's erratic course made avoidance uncertain. "Serf, turf!" Style sang, willing the message. He wanted the man to be removed to a safe spot. Suitable turf. Nothing happened, and he realized that Sheen's repressive enchantment against adept spells remained in force. Fortunately, Belle managed to miss the man, and they galloped on past the domes. Just as well the magic hadn't worked. The enemy adepts would be casting spells furiously now, trying to sidetrack the phasite, to conjure imposing barriers or trenches in its path, and Sheen's counterspell was the only protection against this. It was not hard to keep up with the ball now as it slowly lost velocity. Had Style started it at a different angle, it would have proceeded down a long valley and maintained speed, but he had elected to go the more difficult, surprising route, gambling the fate of the frames on his hunch. The giants should be arriving soon, and the other thing, he would not say lest it be overheard. The slope changed and the ball slowed more definitively. This was the beginning of the rise he knew would balk it. No goblins were in evidence. He had at least been successful in fooling them. Probably there was a large concentration at the other route, and many barriers, pits, and various obstructive things. If the giants arrived in time, there would be no trouble. At last the ball stopped, settling into a soft pocket so firmly that it was obvious that their present force could not budge it. They rode up and paused beside it. "What now, Style?" Sheen inquired with a certain unrobotic edge. "You unicorns change suits and fly up and see if you can spot the giants," Style said. "They should be close now. Tell them we need help in a hurry." The 4 unicorns shifted immediately to their airborne forms and zoomed into the sky. "I'll check too," Style said to Sheen. "Project my image in a fast survey around the area." She did. Soon he verified that the goblins were indeed massed at the valley route in horrendous number, but already they were marching toward the ball's present location. It would not be long before they got there. The giants just had to get there first. The unicorns were successful. In a moment, 3 of the towering giants appeared, striding across the horizon, their heads literally lost in the clouds. They had been following the progress of the ball with giant field glasses, so had been ready to intercept it when it stopped. Style had Sheen terminate their spells of invisibility and protection against attack, as these were no longer useful or necessary. Now Style needed to be seen to help organize the giants for their giant effort. Soon the giants were using huge metal canes to propel the ball forward, up the slope, following the route Style dictated. The giants enjoyed this. It was like a giant game of pool, knocking the tiny but extremely solid ball along. If they did it improperly, their pool cues broke, which was inconvenient. The first elements of the goblin army arrived too late. The ball was well on its way. Style and his companions were galloping after it. Now, Style thought, was the critical time. If the canny goblin commander did what Style expected him to... "There's no way the goblins can stop the giants," Sheen said. "We've won. Clip says the other side of the curtain is this side of the crest of the hill. We're nearly there." But another contingent of goblins was arriving at the hill. They did not try to oppose the giants. Instead, they marched ahead as if clearing the way, which was strange. The giants, unperturbed, kept pushing the ball, taking turns with their cues. Even for them, it was very heavy, and progress slowed as they tired and their cues broke. "The line should be right about here," Sheen said. "Not anymore," Style told her. "The goblins are moving it." Now she caught on. "No, we aren't gaining at all then." "Oh, we'll get there," Style said. "This only means delay. The giants are tired. It will take longer to crest the hill." "I should think so," she agreed, eyeing the steep, almost cliff-faced crest. "You anticipated this? Why did you come here then? The giants could have pushed it around the hill and across the curtain much faster, and we would have won the game by now. As it is, the enemy will have time to set up something worse." "Yes," Style agreed gravely. The giant currently taking aim at the ball paused. He shook himself and sweat flung out from him like rain. "You'll have a workers' revolt soon," Sheen cautioned. You've got to have some reason for this foolishness." But Style was listening for something. Now at last he heard it. An abrupt intensification of the faint flute music in the background. "The Oracle has just crossed the line," Style announced. "Or rather, the line has just crossed the Oracle. That computer is now within the zone of juxtaposition. From there, it can use its own stored moving equipment to transport itself the rest of the way to Proton." "The Oracle!" Sheen exclaimed. "It had to cross to Proton to complete the exchange, to be able to make its vast expertise available for the reorganization of the Proton economic complex." "The goblins have just enabled it to do that," Style agreed. Now we can tip the ball over the crest, roll it down across the line, and Clef can let the curtain collapse into singularity and vanish. You did have a cunning notion. You knew the curtain had not spread far enough, that the oracle was hung up here, right under this mound. So you... We still have to get the ball across, Style reminded her. We haven't won yet. But now the giants renewed their efforts. The ball was shoved up over the cliff face with a convulsive joint effort, and began its inexorable roll down toward the curtain. They charged up after it, scrambling for handholds at the brink, feeling the exhilaration of victory. As they crested the ridge, they saw the opposite slope blackened with goblins. All the rest of that army had force-marched here for the final confrontation. The individual goblins could not stop the massively rolling ball. Of course, they plunged desperately from its path. The slope was so steep that even the giants would be hard put to halt the ball before it crossed the curtain halfway down. On the horizon, Style now spied the ogres, who had just arrived on the scene. They were ready to fight, but were understandably hesitant about wading into so vast an army of goblins. But it seemed the ogres would not be needed now. On the next hill to the north was a device Style recognized only from his researches into planetary warfare. A nuclear cannon. Powered by atomic fusion, this pre-protonite weapon could fire a solid projectile into deep space, or into any object in its viewfinder at a lesser range. Style knew the canny Grossnose would have it loaded with a half-ton slug of protonite, the only substance that could have a proper effect on the rolling ball. The Goblin commander had devised his strategy to counter Style's strategy without pause. "Get back over the ridge!" Style cried. "Down, giants! Now!" The earth trembled as they obeyed, trusting his warning. Giants, unicorns, and others all huddled in the shelter of the ridge. The cannon fired. The phasite ball exploded into thousands of fragments and a great cloud of dust. Phasite rained down around them in the form of stones, pebbles, gravel, and sand. Sheen jumped to cover Style's body with her own tougher one, and the cyborg did the same for the bear head. The unicorns changed to their flying forms and huddled under the same shelters. But the giants were in some discomfort. They swatted at the pieces that struck them, as if bitten by gnats. Now the great goblin army went into action, obviously rehearsed. Each goblin ran to pick up one fragment of phasite and carry it south, away from the border of the juxtaposition. "No!" Sheen cried. "Fragmentation doesn't matter, so long as it gets across the line to proton frame. But this will finish us." Grossnose's final ploy had been a brilliant one. Once more the goblins had outmaneuvered Style, giving up a lesser thing, in this case the oracle, for the sake of a greater one. The ball had had to crest the hill to come into range of the nuclear cannon. But Style refused to give up. One hope remained. "Truel! Brown!" Style called. "If you hear me, use the book. Do something while the enemy adepts are relaxing in victory." Did they hear? Could Brown locate a spell and use it in time? Style was afraid not. Suddenly there was a strange wrenching, as of vastly potent magic gone astray. Then the world stabilized, seemingly unchanged. The goblins still charged forward with their burdens, seeming slightly dizzy but hardly incapacitated. Sheen looked at Style in despair as the last of the sand fall cleared. "We can't possibly stop them all," she said. "We have ogres and unicorns, but there are too many goblins. Too hard to catch. The book spell failed, or was blocked by the other adepts. Lady Brown simply lacks the experience to use that sort of magic properly." "I don't know," Style said. "That didn't feel like blocked magic." He was getting a notion what it might have been, but decided not to say. It could not make a difference at this point. Let the goblins be. No sense getting ourselves in trouble in a futile effort. The giants and unicorns turned away from him in disgust, but left the goblins alone. Soon virtually all of the phasite was gone, carried away in pieces or in bagfuls. The battle was over. Commander Grossnose strode over the crest. "Congratulations on an excellent campaign, Adept," he said graciously. "Thou didst trick me on crossing the Oracle, but I countered with the cannon. The power of the Oracle in non-separated frames becomes moot, but if thou wouldst be so good as to answer a point of curiosity—" "Certainly," Style agreed. "What was the nature of that last great spell thou didst attempt to perform? I felt its vast power, but naught happened." Truel and the brown adept appeared, she with the book of magic clutched in her arms. "We can answer that, Goblin," she said. "It was reversal." Grossnose's constricted brow wrinkled. "Reversal? I understand that not." "Thou knowest. Changing directions. So west turns east and north turns south, or seems to. The Oracle told us to do it once it got into Jux and could use its hologram, its magic pictures to talk to us. That's one smart machine." "North turns south?" the goblin asked, dismay infiltrating his face. "Yup. Thine army just carried all the phasite the wrong way, north across the line." The goblin commander stood for a long moment, absorbing that, grasping the accuracy and import of the statement. All of them had been deceived, for it had been an extremely powerful spell of a quite unanticipated sort, as it had needed to be to avoid interference by the enemy. Grossnose turned again to Style. "Congratulations on a better campaign than I knew, Adept," he said gravely, as gracious in defeat as he had been in victory. "The final ploy was thine." He marched back up the slope, his troops falling in behind him. The victory had been won. Juxtaposition could end, and the frames could safely separate, never to intersect again in this region of the universe. Style could see the glimmer of the curtain contracting, closing more rapidly from the south so as to finish at the sight of the Oracle beneath them. Or was that from the north it was closing? It was hard to be sure with that reversal spell. Beyond that line, north was the verdant world of Phase. At the crest to the south was the barren desert of Proton. Only the directions were reversed, not the terrain. Somehow. The goblins had marched the wrong way home. Not that it mattered. They were creatures of Phase who would remain there regardless, just as the robots and cyborgs would remain in Proton. Style himself would now return forever to Proton, to settle his debt to Citizen Merle, Mary Sheen, and work with the Oracle computer to reform the existing order. His alternate self would reanimate to be with Nasa and Clip and Style's other friends of Phase, and the Lady Blue. How much better off he would be. "My life seems not dreary to me," the Blue Adept thought. "The sheer challenge, the strange and fascinating bypass of politics, the marvelous game, and the ladies in Proton. No woman could be better than Sheen. Thou hast far the best of it, methinks." "Just do thou wrap up my commitments in Phase," Style thought back sourly. "Petition must be made to the herd stallion to release Clip to pair with Belle. That is best for both of them. And it is in my mind that Truel the Troll, with his integrity and skill at sculpture, should be given the Book of Magic and become the new Red Adept, fashioning useful magic amulets for." "That was my thought, fool," Blue thought. "Of course I will." Then the closing curtain caught them. Ah, the reversal, Blue thought, amazed, as his other soul was drawn from Styles' association. "Farewell, self." Style blinked. Blue had caught on to something Style had not, it seemed, and now it was too late to ascertain what. That and the whole wonderful world of Phase were gone.
He felt the bitter tears of loss, never to see the Lady Blue again, or Nasa. But he could not afford self-pity. He had things to do in this world. He opened his eyes. He was lying on a bed in a chamber of the Blue Domain. The proton replica, of course. He must have lost consciousness, and Sheen had brought him here and left him to recover in decent privacy. Sheen was certainly the perfect woman. Too bad she had not been able to remain in phase, but that would have been too complicated anyway. He got up, felt momentarily dizzy with the sudden rising, and quickly squatted to let the blood return to his head. It was as if he had been lying there a long time, his body unused. He felt somewhat awkward and unsteady, but now was recovering rapidly. He stared at his knees with slow amazement. They were fully flexed, without pain. His injury had been cured. Oh, of course. Sheen had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to have him in surgery, and now he was better. Though he really would not have expected her to do that without consulting him first. He walked to the door. The short hall was dark, so he sang a spell. Bright light. Immediately there was light, though only half as bright as he had intended. Wait. He could not do magic in proton. He glanced back and saw the harmonica lying on a table beside the bed. Blue's harmonica. Left with the... Then he heard a light tread on the floor, probably someone alerted by Styles' own motion. He recognized it immediately. The Lady Blue. Sheen's step was quite different. He knew with a shock of incredulous joy that something had gone wrong. The reversal had sent himself and his alternate self to the wrong frames. Styles' soul had gone to the golem body, whose knees were good, while the Blue Adept had left phase. Phase would not be safe until the Blue Adept departed it forever. The prophecy had been fulfilled after all. Style was in phase, not the true Blue Adept, who had been here all along, in the harmonica, until this final separation. The Brown Adept, unacquainted with the Book of Magic, prompted by the all-knowing Oracle, had made the reversal spell too comprehensive, and thus... And the other prophecy, which he had thought had come after the fact, that Style would be betrayed, for his own good, by a young-seeming woman. Brown seemed as young as they came. That mix-up had been no accident. She had perceived more clearly than he where his true future lay, and had acted to make it come true. How neatly it all fit together now. The Blue Adept, loath to live with a woman who no longer loved him, and fascinated by the marvelous world of science, and the beautiful, loyal, deserving creature Sheen, who was as much intrigued by Blue, a person in Styles' own image and spirit who had left his love for the Lady Blue behind. Now the Lady Blue came into view, breathtakingly lovely and somber. Her face composed, she approached Style. My lord, thou knowest I will serve thee in all things with grace and propriety, she said sadly. What is to be, must be. She thought he was blue, of course, and she loved Style. She had the mettle to carry through, to bear and raise his son, with no word of regret or reproach. But this time, she would not need it. Beloved, Style said, I have news for thee. The end of Juxtaposition. Well, hot diggity, these were long chapters here at the end of the book, weren't they? Dear Lord, we are 4.5 hours into a stream where I normally do at most about 3 for a story time, but there was no way we were stopping. We were finishing this book. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I know Joy in general had to scooch away. I know this has been a very long thing.
Susan Morgan, I hope you enjoyed the end of this, if you are still here with me, as the Blue Adept has indeed made his way to Proton, Style gets to stay in Phase, Juxtaposition has occurred, and all is right with the world. Now, of course, there's like 6 more books in this world, so more has to happen in the long run. But again, we are going to move away from these books for the moment. We will start with Murder at Maplewood Manor on Saturday. After that, I have another book, and I can't think of what the name of it is at the moment, but I could probably look really quickly. The Edge of Control will come after Murder at Maplewood Manor is done. And then if I don't get more authors who are asking for me to read their stuff, well, we may find ourselves returning to this series, because I have enjoyed this series. It is good. I like it a lot, and I have no objections to continuing. So we'll see how it all goes. Stay tuned. But I hope you guys will consider joining me for Murder at Maplewood Manor starting on Saturday. Again, if you have or Kindle Unlimited, I hope you will stop out and pick up the book. If you don't have Kindle Unlimited, hey, you can still stop out and pick up the book and read along, support a debuting author. Wait till it's over, whatever. All works for me. Anyway, everybody, I hope you have yourselves a wonderful rest of your evening, a fantastic Wednesday, Thursday, and week ahead. Hope to see you guys all back here again really soon. Have a great night, everybody. And until we see you again, good reading to you. Good night, all.